Well, I mean, it's kind of obvious if you think about it. Crises kind of jeopardize and risk financial stability, and at the same time, they bring in financial stability. So there are many definitions of what is financial stability and financial instability. Let's say financial stability is the ability of key financial institutions to meet their obligations and movements in the prices of financial assets that reflect changes in fundamental factors, right? So, kind of the economy function in a proper way, in the optimal way, as the economists would say, right? So that would be the idea of, financial stability. And, in theory, this is good for investors and for consumers, right? I mean, if the market is functioning the optimal way possible, then that's a good thing, right? So what is financial stability? Kind of the absence of financial stability, right? So it's episodes in which large number of parties, households, firms, persons, governments, experience crisis, so kind of a turmoil in terms of productivity, which are not warranted by their previous behavior. So this is kind of the definition of financial stability. So my argument here is that governments actually step in because they see financial stability as a public good, right? So it needs to be preserved and cannot be preserved without an intervention. Good. So let's talk a bit about what is a public good. Public good, according to economics, is a good, obviously, that has the feature of non-excludability in its supply. That means once a good is provided, it is available to all. And at the same time, its other feature is the non-rivalness of the product of the good in its consumption. That means a good can be used by more than one individual simultaneously. The obvious example is clean air, right? I mean, once you have clean air, you don't actually buy anyone from breathing, in theory at least. And once you actually achieve the production, let's say you achieve kind of the creation of clean air, it's something that's available to all, right? So you cannot really exclude anyone from it. So that's a public good, right? The problem with public goods is that they kind of resort market incentives, right? Because if I cannot exclude anyone, that means I cannot sell it, right? So if I cannot sell it, I cannot have any revenue from it. So I don't have much incentive to actually, as a private investor or a private producer, to kind of make the effort to produce it, right? There are no economic gains out of it. So this is the idea behind the public good. So if we cannot actually have someone producing it, and the others kind of waiting for him to produce it and then actually reap the benefits, so they're free riders, who will do it? The typical answer is usually to be the state or a consortium of states. The consortium of states, the association of states, is more of a thing when we discuss about international public goods, right? So what is international public good? It's very close to the public good, so it has the same features, but its benefits are kind of international, are transboundary. Typical international public good with climate, stable climate, right? So very climate change. But again, you have the same problem that you have with the typical public good. So you have no private incentives to kind of cut your emissions alone and kind of let make sure that the climate is stabilized, while the others do not have such incentive. They can wait for you to do it, and then they will reap the benefits, right? You can stop producing. I will keep producing, and I will wait, your cut of production to kind of stabilize the environment. Assuming that's the case, right? And again, once you have clean climate, stabilized climate, everyone's going to reap the benefits. So China is actually, does not cut its emissions, is going to have, the same stable climate that, let's say, the States will have if they cut their emissions. They cannot exclude China from it. So, that's the idea of international public good. So, the idea here is that financial stability is actually international public good. Why? Because it has transboundary benefits. That's obvious, more trade, more prosperity. That's the idea of economics, right? That's the idea of free trading, of the capital account liberalization thesis. But at the same time, So if this is indeed an international public good, and it is at the point, then the question is, how are we going to protect it, right? I mean, think of it also as a, as a rational choice, right? So it's a cost-benefit analysis. The benefit of having financial stability, so resolving financial crises, has to do a lot with the benefits that it brings, right? Free trade actually brings more prosperity, welfare effects, etc. What are the costs of financial crisis? It's a loss of output for a prolonged period of time for many countries, right? So it can be up to -5 to 10% GDP, increasing poverty, a risk for the long-term viability of the system. So this whole thing that we had benefits from free trade, free capital account flows. This is on jeopardy after the crisis because actually countries might want to reserve the second free trade liberalization world. And then, there's this other theory that there's one country that kind of has most of the benefits, so it actually steps up to kind of resolve the crisis, which is the actions of the hegemonic stability theory. But I don't really want to do any more of this because maybe it's more interesting to actually talk about it when we discuss how international organizations work. Okay, so if the resolution of financial crisis, so financial stability is a kind of international public good. So we need to actually resolve crises in a coordinated international way. The question is that how actors will do that, and what actors are here? Actors here are the states, because this is international public good. So states are actually kind of the predominant form of actors in the international system. Okay, there we go. International organization and provision of public good. So, the answer to my question is, how do we provide a collective response to international financial crisis? The answer is via international organizations, right? So what are international organizations? International organizations are associations of governments with permanent secretariats, so permanent bureaucracies, that provide or assist national governments providing international public goods. So it's really, the bureaucratic manifestation that kind of ensures the provision of this international public good that we're talking about. So in our case, that would be financial stability, right? Certain organizations that are actually composed by states and bureaucrats, that their purpose, their mandate explicitly is to ensure financial stability via different ways and tools. Why those organizations are well suited to do that? They have expertise. Usually they have staff that is actually very well educated and know their stuff. And secondly, they can actually pose as intermediaries between states and kind of find a common ground. So they have a benefit, they have an advantage when it comes to kind of solving this kind of frictions and conundrums when it comes to the preservation of the public good, right? Okay, so our focus today is financial stability and financial crisis. So what are the important ones that kind of organizations that ensure this kind of financial stability? Well, it's what you find in the literature is the international financial institution, the IFIs, right? So that would be the idea, right? I mean, some international financial institutions that come in mind: the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the OECD, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the Financial Stability Board. I mean, they kind of multiply. And that tells you already something. First of all, that financial crisis and financial stability is multidimensional. So many players, many actors kind of ensuring that we have different dimensions. And at the same time, that states, because states are together kind of great organizations, they really have an interest in that, right? They really want to preserve that. So they are making sure that they have all the necessary tools and organizations to kind of preserve financial stability. So how do they do that? How do they provide financial stability? There are different mechanisms. Multilateral surveillance. What does that mean? For example, the IMF kind of monitors the economic situation of countries, and when it sees some red flags, some signs that the country has kind of unsustainable debt or it's heading towards a crisis, they kind of raise the alarm. So the country can actually avoid course of action. So that would be one, right? Preemptive monitoring. The second one, the one that is interesting for us today, is crisis lending. What does it mean? When the country actually enters the crisis, when the crisis is there, these institutions kind of provide lending. And we'll see that they provide some kind of lending that's called conditionality-based lending. But I'll talk about it a bit more later. The third thing they are doing, they actually provide advice and input on economic reform. So once you're in the crisis, or once you try to actually avert the crisis, avoid the crisis, they come in the country, they're experts, they're economists, they know their stuff. So they actually provide some inputs and advice to you on how to actually avert the crisis or resolve the crisis. So they provide expertise, right? Because that's what they do. They're trained to do that, and that's their job. So they have experience and they have knowledge of this. And then they actually provide recovery investment. Some of them not only actually give you crisis lending to kind of avoid liquidity problems, but they also actually provide some kind of investment aid. So they actually help the recovery, like growth or it. But this is not there. So since we actually talked about how financial institutions kind of ensure financial stability, I'm going to talk about a bit, the second thing that I have here. Crisis lending, right? This is where I'm going to focus today. So international financial institutions provide crisis lending. Crisis lending. How do they do that? They do that via what we call conditionality-based programs. So those are programs of financial aid that operate as follows. They provide some kind of loan, overall amount, but the amount is actually given to the state in accordance with whether it actually fulfills some conditions. That's why it's conditionality based, right? And what are those conditions? To kind of go forward with certain economic reforms that are supposed to kind of help the state recover from the financial crisis. So, you essentially get money, you get help, financial aid, in exchange for reforms. And why you need these reforms? You need the reforms to stabilize your economy. And if you stabilize your economy, this is where the public good comes in, then you kind of re-establish financial stability in the international system, right? Because that's the overall purpose of the thing, right? That's why they step in at the first place. So, why these things actually are the predominant form of crisis lending, conditionality-based programs? I mean, there are certain features that are supposed to actually be beneficial for states, and they're beneficial in the way that they actually resolve crises. The first one is that investors that have lost faith to the country that's under crisis, when they see some kind of conditionality-based program, what they do is they actually see that as a sign of commitment from the state. What does it mean commitment? It means that, since I go into such a program, I am committed to actually follow all the conditions, all the rules, and reform my economy on a more sustainable basis, right? And at the same time, what I'm saying to the investors as a state is that I'm not going to just self-report on this. I'm not just going to say that, I conducted all the reforms, I realized the necessary reforms. No, I have the international financial institution to kind of monitor my programs and report back on my progress. So in this sense, you have a credible monitor kind of telling investors that the country under threat is actually walking on the right path. It realizes on the economic reform. That's why I'm giving them some financial aid. So it provides some credit information on the recovery, right? That's what this program does. And by doing so, it actually invites investors to invest in the economy. Because at that point, I know the economy is heading in the right direction. I know they're realizing the reform. So I'm actually more willing to invest in the economy. Buy their bonds, go back and put some capital in there and invest there. Because the IMF is telling me that's actually working well there. They are actually getting their thing together. So the idea here is that by actually going into such a program and managing to realize as a program, I kind of trigger what is called in the literature a wave of catalytic finance, right? Investors coming back in the country. What does that mean? It means that actually the country can again borrow from international markets, so its funding needs are kind of decreased, are mitigated. So again, if this actually happens, the program, the financial aid program, is not useful anymore, right? And that's the idea of the IMF programs. I mean, countries do not need to fulfill the program to its full, let's say it's 3 years to go for the 3 years, because if it's really successful, around the 2nd year, you have some way of catalytic finance, so you don't really need the funds from the IMF anymore. You can borrow from the markets. That's the idea behind it, right? So the rest of this session is going to be dedicated more or less to understand how these international financial institutions, mainly the IMF, because that's the main body actually providing such conditionally based programs, decide on such programs, and especially decide how they're going to give actually their conditions. How do they set conditions? You know, the typical answer would be economic optimality, right? What is economically optimal? I mean, it's more political than that, obviously, and that's what we're going to discuss. And you know, in order to discuss it, what we need to do is go into the structure and the mechanism of how international financial institutions actually work. You know, there are different models. I mean, I'm going to talk about 3 main models, but you really need to remember all the first 2 ones: the principal agent model and the public choice theory model. What is the principal agent model? The core of the model presupposes 2 things. First of all, that there is an agent that can be a person, a firm, organization, whatever, a bureaucracy, we're going to say, that performs a task for others, the principal. So, you know, the relationship is the following. You have some kind of principal, someone who has, like, you know, an overall goal, and and that person, organization, or state mandates someone else, the agent, to perform this task. So, what would be, in our case, the principal agent, the core of the principal agent relation, financial stability. So, states want financial stability. They want to ensure financial stability, so that means the resolution of crisis, surveillance, and all the rest. And they mandate an agent, that's the bureaucrats of international financial institution, to kind of ensure that. And why do they do that? Why principals actually give that mandate? Because they know the international financial institution, the bureaucrats, are actually more efficient on doing that. They have the expertise, the knowledge, and the information to do that. And at the same time, by doing so, states actually save costs, right? If I'm the United States, I don't need to actually monitor all countries in the world to kind of ensure financial stability. The IMF will do that for me in a full-time basis. So, you know, my bureaucracy, the US bureaucracy, can actually focus on more important things like gun laws in the United States. So, you know, a side note of this. Obviously, there is a mandate, right? Point is that the principal agent is not the same person, not the same organization. That means they can have different preferences. So, since one admits that, and it is true that you cannot have the same preference all the time, what does the principal need? It needs a monitoring mechanism. So the monitoring mechanism will actually help the principal control the actions of the agent and make sure that they don't diverge from the provision of the public good that was first intended. In this sense, there's some kind of monitoring relationship with the two. So it's not actually mutually beneficial all the time. You can have actual divergences. And this is important, as you can see. But anyway, when it comes to international financial institutions, as I said, the principals are the states. The states come together to actually create the organization. And the agent, that kind of ensures financial stability, are the bureaucrats of the national organization. So the IMF staff, the European Commission staff, you name it. Okay, that's the principal agent model, right? After that, let us go to the public choice theory. The public choice theory actually focuses more on the agent, right? The bureaucrats. So what actually can explain how the bureaucrats kind of manage their mandate, how they fulfill their tasks? So the public choice theory tells us that the way they do that is a rational way. And by rational, it means that they actually, the bureaucrats, seek to maximize their budget and seek to maximize their authority. So, they're rational choice individuals and they want to actually have more money and more power, right? So the way they're going to manage their mandate is via this lens, via this perspective. That's it. And then we have the constructivist approach. The constructivist approach, I'm not going to actually do any more of this, it's just there to tell you that there's something else out there. There are many things out there in terms of how the organizations work, but this is kind of one of the alternative perspectives. So this idea, this kind of perspective, constructive perspective, tells you that international bureaucrats are not actually bound by any mandate or anything. They get the mandate at the very beginning, but then because they have the expertise and the authority and the power to construct knowledge, to kind of dictate to states, let's say, when we talk about financial stability, what is financial stability and how it is achieved? Is it achieved via balanced budget, or is it achieved via actually great growth and we don't really care about the budget? So, they have the authority to kind of decide on these things. And in that sense, their power and authority transcends, goes beyond state power. In that sense, they are more important, they are more actually influential compared to states. So let's see how actually international organizations work, right? And we'll start from the principals, the states, right? So the first response on how international organizations actually decide conditionality, decide when, where, and how they give conditionality-based lending, the answer is that state preference decide the type of the response, the size of funding, the level, and the lack of conditionality. Okay, fair enough, right? States are the principals, they decide on it, they can actually dictate the terms, agree up to a point. But then the question becomes, which state preferences are more dominant, right? Because you have many states within the organization, and the real question that one should pose is, okay, are all states equal within the organization? Or there are different responses on that, right? The first one is, obviously they are not. There are power differentials within the state. So that means, more or less, that bigger states are more likely to see their preferences served and fulfilled within the organization. Why is this the case? This is the case because if you think about it, power in this context has to do with the existence or not of outside options. So powerful states do not have necessarily the urge or the need to solve financial crisis here in the international organization, right? They can do it on their own, with additional costs, nevertheless, but they can do it on their own. So, the idea here is that since they have more outside options than the others cannot solve the financial crisis on their own, they are the ones pulling the strings within the organizations. They are the ones that can actually withdraw at that time. So in that sense, so that we keep them inside And by giving them size, we keep actually the big pieces, right? The one that provide the more funding. We kind of, by appeasing their preferences, we kind of ensure that they're going to stay inside. So in that sense, the existence of outside options, outside the organization at least, makes a state more influential. And that's why power differences matter. That's one thing, right? So the bigger state, the most affluent one, the big beast, the one that can actually say, I don't care about what you say, I can solve this crisis on my own, I don't need to work within the organization. This is the one that is pulling really the strings because it can fail to withdraw from the organization at that time. That's one thing. The second thing, it has to do with decision-making rules. Well, okay, power differentials indeed matter, and they matter a lot. But at the same time, the organization actually has some rules in place on how countries decide the type of the size of the loan, the type of conditionality, the lack of conditionality. There are rules on how to decide that, on how they vote on it. So that rules actually matter, and that rules can actually make all the difference because let's say you have unanimity, so everyone needs to actually agree on something. Then, if you actually have that, even if you're a small state, your power is actually multiplied in the organization because you can actually block a decision and get the consensus you want. Or you can have voting rules that actually favor the bigger states. For example, in the International Monetary Fund, the way they actually vote within the executive board of the International Monetary Fund has to do with the capital that each state has actually deposited within the fund. So in that sense, the most affluent states, the United States, France, Germany, they are the ones holding the string, right? They are the ones that actually have more voting rights because they have more capital in the organization. So that's the idea of decision-making on this matter, right? Let's see two examples. How state preference and when state preference. And both are from the IMF, right? The predominant organization that actually provides crisis lending. So the first one is the United States of America as being the most influential state within the organization, the one that actually really pulls the strings when it comes to the size of the loan, the type of conditionality entailed by the loans, and the laxity with which conditions are monitored by the agent, right? So why the United States is the more influential one? I mean, first of all, because of the vote rules, right? It has deposited the most capital, so it can really veto any decision, right? More outside the options. Okay, they do have that. The real question is, what is the mechanism to what they exert their influence? Well, you know, they have privileged access to the IMF bureaucracy. They have more technocrats within the organization that they can provide information, they can actually make better arguments within the decision-making bodies, and then they have their voting powers, right? Okay. This is how they actually intervene, but do they intervene all the time? Do they care about all the crises? Well, the literature says no, right? I mean, there are two main reasons why the US choose to actually influence the IMF decision-making. The first one has to do with geopolitics, right? The United States are more willing to step in and kind of influence the IMF to give more lenient conditions, so more relaxed conditions, and to also monitor the decisions in a more lax way when these loans and conditions are given to the United States geopolitical allies. So when a state actually is important for the United States in terms of geopolitics, then the United States is willing to actually go in the IMF and say, you know, they should actually get a better deal. They should get more lax conditionality. Typical example of this, if you actually look at what type of conditions US allies in Africa receive from the IMF, you see they are actually doing it in a very, very good way. So that's one, geopolitics, right? Foreign policy actually matters. And that's when the United States decide to step in. Second one, that's more obvious, yes. The domestic interest exposure to foreign debt and loan size. What does it mean? It means that the United States actually choose to give more lenient conditions, more lax conditions to states in which their banks, the banks of the state of the crisis, has ties with US banks, or to states that actually US banks hold their bonds. So if they default, the US banks, the banks that are actually based in the United States, they're going to take a really big hit, right? The financial exposure rate. And how this happens? So what is the idea here? Is that the United States government knows the exposure of every bank in the United States to foreign government debt? No, obviously. But the banks themselves know their exposure, right? So what they do is when they see, let's say, Greece or Slovakia or Hungary, going into default and asking for an IMF loan, what these US-based banks do is they go to Congress, they lobby, and then the Congress influences and lobbies the president, or gives a mandate to the president, or to be more exact, to the US representative of the IMF, so that he actually argues for more lenient conditionality. Again, the mechanism is a mechanism of lobbying, right? The US bank is exposed to foreign debt. There is a risk that this foreign debt is going to go into default, and so the US bank is going to actually take some pretty big losses. So what the bank does is going to the Congress and to the president, lobbying them, explain the situation. This is going to be bad for the whole economy, and then the US representative of the IMF goes in and kind of affects the size and the type of conditionality that the country is going to receive, right? Because if it receives actually more lenient conditions and receives a bigger loan, then it's not going to go into default. Most importantly, US banks are not going to lose their money, right? So that's the second one, the financial exposure argument. Okay, so as you might understand, the first explanation is more about the United States being, the dominant state here, right? That's one. The second one has to do with what I call the G5 within the IMF. The IMF, as I told you before, votes within the decision-making bodies in terms of capital deposits, right? So the more capital you have within the fund, the more voting rights you have. So the US president can actually make a decision, but it cannot actually pass a decision on its own. It needs the approval of the 5 largest stakeholders, the G5, which, apart from the United States, is Japan, Germany, the United Kingdom, and France. So, in a sense, what this explanation says is that it's not just the US, it's really G5 that actually decide the type, size, and laxity of loan conditionality. So it's really the aggregate preference of the 5 that really pull the strings. So it's not just the United States, it's the 5 biggest. And this has to do with what we said before, the voting rules. Why this happens? Well, again, it's about geopolitics and domestic concerns, foreign exposure to foreign debt. So if it comes to a geopolitical ally of one of the 5, let's say African countries or France, for example, or when it comes to exposure of their banks to foreign debt, then they're more willing to step in and kind of give more legal conditionality to the state under threat. Again, the mechanism is the same as before, right? It's exactly the same. So to sum it up, states within the IMF, because that was our main case here, actively try to intervene and influence the loan size and type of conditionality for 2 reasons. Geopolitical foreign policy. If someone is my ally, I'm going to actually step in and give him better conditions. And second, domestic concerns. A risk for domestic banks and in general vote concern when the matter is political. So that's about state preference and conditionality, right? So we actually finish with the agent. So with the principle, sorry. Let's go to the agent, right? So the literature actually that sees kind of financial institutions as a principal agent relationship says that states are kind of the big stakeholders, the one that really decide and pull the strings, fair enough. But at the same time, this cannot actually explain all conditionality and all choices and decisions regarding the size of the goals. So if we talk just about state preference, what else there is? Bureaucratic preference, right? Then you actually shape and suggest a type and of functionality. They're the ones who pull investors in this situations. How do they do that? Well, they do that because they have two things: discretion and autonomy. So the bureaucrats, the IMF bureaucrats, have discretion and autonomy. What is discretion? So discretion is actually something that, it's kind of obvious. Let's go back to the principal agent relationship, right? The principal has a general goal, financial stability, and that's the agent to kind of ensure that financial stability is going to be preserved or be established. Discretion is called the fact that when this mandate is given, the principal does not really care or does not actually have any specific mandate on how the agent is going to actually achieve this. How is the agent going to achieve financial stability? The principal does not really care. It allows the agent to do it on its own. This is discretion, right? It gives some leeway to the bureaucrat, to the bureaucracy, to kind of decide on the means and tools it's going to use to actually fulfill its mandate. Okay, that's discretion. Autonomy. Autonomy is something more informal. I mean, discretion is embedded in the relationship. Autonomy is also embedded, but in a different way. So, as I said before, there are always monitoring mechanisms from the principal to the agent, so that the principal can actually make sure that the agent is not going to divert from the stated goals that the mandate actually has. Autonomy is really the space that is left for independent action for the agent after the monitoring mechanism is established. Why this is embedded in each relationship, in each PA relationship? This is embedded in each principal agent relationship because no contractual relationship is complete. There is always room and leeway, even if you have monitoring mechanisms in place and the mandate with clear goals, on how the agent can actually diverge. So there is some amount of independence outside the monitoring mechanism. This is the autonomy. Given that the national bureaucrats have both discretion and autonomy, each principal agent relationship, I'm going to argue, has discretion and autonomy embedded in it. Since they have it, what they can do is actually use their discretion and autonomy to act and operate above and beyond state preferences. Agency slack is this whole idea of actually operating and acting above and beyond state preferences. So we don't need to care about this at this point. Okay, let's first discuss a bit when autonomy, when independence when autonomy is actually bigger for bureaucrats, right? When it's augmented. First of all, in order to actually have some kind of autonomous, some kind of independent action, we need to have distinct preferences between the principal and the agent. Because if they have the same preferences, there is actually nothing to worry about, right? The agent is going to actually realize the mandate in a way that's actually pretty in line with the preferences of the principal. So, independent preferences between the agent and the principal are of paramount importance in order to actually have some kind of agency autonomy, some kind of independent action. But this is kind of a given, right? What are the other conditions that have to be in place? All of them or just one of them? Well, the first one is preference intensity. What does it mean? It means that when the principal actually has very much intense preferences are actually very urgent and important for him, well, he's actually more likely to put strict monitoring mechanisms to actually pay attention to the actions of the agent. In that sense, if the agent actually somehow diverges from what is its mandate, if the principal has actually intense preferences, then he's gonna know, right? And he's gonna punish the agent for not doing that, for not following the mandate. Preference heterogeneity, again, referring to the principal. That means that the principal, the states in a particular situation, they don't have really the same preference, right? They fight with each other on what should be the right policy, how we should actually monitor the program, whether the program is efficient or not. So when this happens, actually, when this happens, the agent can really play principal, play states against each other, and kind of increases autonomy. Why? Because none of the states is actually really taking notice and being attentive to how the agent fulfills its mandate. So the agent can do whatever it wants. The states are too busy fighting with each other, right? So high preference heterogeneity can actually mean more room for autonomy for the agent. Number of alternative agents. What does that mean? It means the following. The agent is far less willing to diverge from its mandate to exert autonomy and independent action when there is the risk that he's going to be replaced by an alternative agent. If, for example, financial stability via crisis lending can be actually realized by 2 or 3 different organizations, the states can pick and choose which one will do it, it is obvious that the agent will try to actually take the job, right, be the one that will be picked out, and make sure that he or she does a good job, so he will not be replaced, right? I mean, that's super important in the sense that if he diverges from state preferences, if he actually exerts autonomy, then there is a risk he's going to be replaced. On the other hand, if there's just one organization doing this kind of job, ensuring financial stability in that case, then the obvious thing is that, since there is no one actually to replace that agent, she can do pretty much whatever he wants, right? Or at least, she has more room for autonomy, for independent action. The fifth condition that might actually allow for more autonomy has to do with information asymmetry and high monitoring costs. What does it mean? It means that when it's more difficult for states, for principals to monitor the actions of the agent, then it's easier for the agent to kind of diverge from mandate, obviously. I mean, when the agent is actually operating in an environment that is very ambiguous, kind of with imperfect information, then the principal cannot actually really check whether the agent actually treats its mandate in an efficient way. So in that sense, the agent has more room for autonomy. No one can really tell if he actually fulfills his mandate or her mandate in an efficient way. No one can tell. Finally, the severity of the crisis, since we're talking about crisis lending, right? So what does it mean? I mean, that's kind of an obvious point. When you actually have a severe crisis, an emerging crisis that is actually of severe and urgent nature, then the agent can bring forward suggestions and solutions that, because of the severity of the crisis and the urgency of the crisis, the states are not going to actually take a second look at. They're just going to approve them because they want the crisis resolved, right? Especially if it's systemic, it's big, it's widespread. So in that sense, an urgent big crisis that actually has systemic implications, a very important implications for the states, actually is the one that allows the state, especially when the crisis emerges, is the one that allows the agent to actually exert more autonomy. Okay, these 6 things here, they can actually be there the same. I mean, independent preferences are actually a sine qua non, right? You need to have them, but the rest of the 5 here, preference, intensity, to severity of the crisis, they can be there at the same time, or they can be there alone, and they will still actually create some autonomy for the state, for the principal, for the agent, sorry, for the agent. So let's say the bureaucrat, the agent, has some kind of autonomy, right? Room for independent action. How he's going to use it, or she's going to use it? So there are three essentially dominant explanations of how he or she is going to do it. Right? The first one is the rent seeking and budget maximization. It's very close to the public choice theory that actually I discussed before. What does the rent seeking incentive actually say? Well, they say the following. Bureaucrats are acting rationally and pursue their material and institutional self-interests. So they try actually to kind of expand and enhance their institutional role, and as such, increase their budget, increase their power. They try to emphasize their contribution to the process of financial stability and their efficiency on pursuing that. And by doing this, they manage to do what? They actually manage to convince states and principals that they're doing a good job, and as such, they must be given additional budget, additional authority, right? A good example comes from the 1982 financial crisis in Mexico, where the IMF actually did not have the authority to provide loans in liquidity crisis, certain type of crisis, but because it actually managed to present itself as being the most efficient knowledge of nature, being able to do that, it managed to actually obtain this authority and as a consequence to kind of expand the budget. So, rent seeking and budget maximization incentives are there, and they kind of drive the preference of bureaucrats when they have some autonomy. The second one is the institutional bureaucratic culture idea, right? So what does it mean? It means that bureaucrats have distinct ideas that come from their actual education, their area of expertise, and operations. So in that sense, these bureaucrats actually use their autonomy, use their discretion in an independent way that is concomitant, that is in line with their internal ideas, their internal culture, right? Bureaucratic culture. That can be, this kind of culture can actually be cultivated within the organization. So, if you actually go with the IMF and work there, you have a certain idea of what financial stability looks like. And, you're going to actually propose solutions, and you're going to use your autonomy and independence in accordance, in line with these ideas, right? That can be one thing, or you can actually go in such an organization with preconceived ideas of what financial stability looks like, and then you can actually go in there and implement these ideas. And this is actually normal if you think about it. It's actually something you would expect, because the people actually go to the IMF, for example, to work there, they all come actually from economics department that's kind of teach a certain type of economics, right? The Anglo-American school of neoliberal thought. So, when they go in there, they have a certain idea of what financial stability looks like. It has nothing to do with the circumstances or, the budget incentives. It's more about the ideational power of these things. And that, brings us to the point of institutional culture being the variable which actually the more analytical value, right? I mean, a good example again comes from the IMF, and it's the following. It has been actually shown by different studies that when the IMF gives some kind of functionality to the state, it's going to give more harsh, more strict, less lenient conditionality to governments that are actually obviously not sharing the normative orientation of what financial stability looks like with the IMF staff. So they have a more heterodox idea about financial stability, right? So they give harsher conditionality to these things. In this sense, the idea of what financial stability looks like, the idea that the IMF has, really influences the type of conditionality, the stringency of conditionality that it gives to states. The third explanation has to do with bureaucratic politics. I mean, this is kind of, a mixture, combination of the other two, right? It's more about the bureaucracy within itself fighting, conflicting, right? And they conflict again due to rent-seeking incentives. So so different departments within the same organization, they want to actually expand their budget. So they clash with each other, saying, I'm more efficient doing that, I should undertake this new task. But again, this is within the same organization, different departments, or they can actually have, within the same organization, but different departments, have different institutional cultures. They have different ideas and perceptions of what financial stability looks like. So in that sense, bureaucratic politics is actually, kind of compounding the other two things that I talked about before within the organization. So there's a conflict due to one of the two or due to both. And then, you have the decision of how the agent is going to use its autonomy, its independence. It really lies on who's going to actually win this kind of bureaucratic battle within the organization. So to sum up, there are actually two, one would say three main drivers of how bureaucrats actually use their discretion and autonomy when they have it with respect to financial stability, right? Rent seeking and budget maximization, they're really going to kind of increase their budget. The institutional culture, their ideas, the internal ideas we have, the organizational culture. And then, it can, on how they manage their autonomy and independence, what they do with it, it can be the outcome of a bureaucratic part, internal bureaucratic part, right? So in that sense, it's more of a compromise. It's more of a solution that comes actually from the organization after an intense battle. So what I did during this first hour is I actually managed to discuss a bit the literature on financial crisis management. And now we come to our case study, the Eurozone crisis, which is why we actually did this whole kind of discussion on the literature of financial crisis management. And we're going to actually apply what we learned, like all this theory, in the Eurozone crisis. So let's start with the discussion of what type of crisis was the Eurozone crisis. I mean, you can make different arguments. The argument I'm making here is that it was a sudden stop crisis, right? So investors started fearing that certain Eurozone member states are going to default on their debts. Greece, Ireland, Cyprus, Portugal, for example. And they started unloading, liquidating the bonds of these states, right? Leading to rising lending costs. And in that sense, their inability of servicing their debt obligations both externally and also domestically. Okay, let's talk a bit. As I said before, sudden stop crisis is actually based on the idea that there's some kind of shock, external shock, that kind of triggers the crisis, and then there are some actually underlying factors that kind of exacerbate the crisis. What was the external shock? The global financial crisis. Right? The United States actually subprime loans crisis that actually went on to become the global financial crisis. That was the trigger, right? Okay, but then what can explain that certain countries in the Eurozone actually were picked up by the markets as being more risky and as not being worthy of their confidence, while others were left alone. I mean, one can think of three factors, right? The first one has to do with countries that actually had high public debt, right? The debt to GDP ratio was actually deteriorating all the time. And one can think that this is actually normal if he or she looks at the case of Greece and Italy, right? I mean, for both countries, when their debt was actually really ballooning, then you actually saw investors really selling Greek and Italian government bonds and kind of bringing some economic precarity to those countries. Okay, so this is the public debt explanation. The private debt explanation actually is more technical and has to do with the banks, right? So what the financial crisis did is actually brought an overall outcome recession, right? So in that sense, many of the banks within the Eurozone, they have given private debts not necessarily with the best term, not necessarily to the most credible borrowers. And when the crisis hit, these borrowers could not actually anymore pay their loans back. In that sense, these loans quickly became non-performing loans, and they became liabilities for these Eurozone banks. And that meant that their balance sheet actually went underwater altogether. They went very close to default. And because, generally speaking, having a bank defaulting with the state is not a good thing, the states had to bail them out, right? The state, the Irish state, for example, had to bail them out. But by bailing them out, they actually took some financial obligations that were actually too big for their own balances. So what you had actually was a double loop between banks and states. States actually had to step in to take on the bad loans from the banks to save them, but at the same time, by taking the bad loans, they actually brought their own balance sheet up. So what happened is we had the capital flight from the bank market, from the financial market of the states, but also from the sovereign bond market. Because both the banks and the state were actually not creditworthy anymore. So, it's kind of, the crisis spread from the financial sector to the government. And, if one looks at what happened in Spain, Ireland, and Portugal, this is kind of the pattern we see. The third feature that actually led investors to kind of lose confidence in the use of member states was their actually declining competitiveness, right? I mean, they saw their economic projections, they saw how they did in terms of exports and export growth in the last few years, and they said, they're not actually performing very well, they're not very important, they may go underwater. So, seeing losing competitiveness actually led them to liquidate their assets and their bonds and fly away from the country. I mean, Spain and Portugal are kind of examples of this. In any case, these countries we saw actually were picked up from the markets and we had the dramatic capital outflow leaving the country, those actually expanding the funding of these countries and actually making them economically fragile. So you have economic fragility and stability, what you have risk for the international public good that we talked about. And indeed, in the Eurozone, this public good was actually, the financial stability was a European public good. Why? Because the Eurozone, being a monetary union with interconnected economies, was actually especially vulnerable to such precarity, especially vulnerable to such stability. Banks were actually tied together, financial exposure between countries was actually too big. So, if Greece, for example, would default, that would mean actually particular high losses for both German and French banks. So, in that sense, ensuring financial stability within the Eurozone was a European public good. So, if this is a public good, what we need to have? We need to have some kind of coordinated international response, or at least European response in our case, right? So the rest of the Eurozone, the countries that were not picked up by the markets, had to step in and kind of help the countries that were actually under economic threat. Now, the real question here is, such an incident never happened before within the Eurozone, right? That meant that the Eurozone had no mechanism of crisis management before the crisis. It had no lender of last resort, had no actual architecture on how to solve such crisis. No previous preparation. So the question now becomes, who decided the mechanisms, the type of response that was given to these countries? And to kind of preempt the answer, it was conditionality based laws again. Who decided that? States or bureaucrats? Well, I mean, it's a common assumption within the literature that states kind of own the shots there, right? It was a state-centered response. So states were actually deciding the type and size of response. One would say also the ECB, but this is more of a technical discussion. I don't want to go in there at this point. But what we say, when we discuss state preferences, the question we should always be posing is which state preferences? The preference of which state actually drove the response? Well, there are two options here. I'm going to go with one of them, but I'm not actually present both of them to you. So the first option, the first policy is about France and Germany calling the shots. So the idea here is that we actually had these two big states within the European Union fighting over what should be the response of the Eurozone. Germany, from the one hand, had a perspective that actually gave much more emphasis to the rules and kind of some kind of stringent conditionality that should be actually completed in order for countries under threat to kind of base their programs. On the other hand, France was kind of more lax, more lenient to this. They didn't actually really believe on rules. They believe more in discretion, into solidarity. And the idea is some scholars say that the final response was a mix of the two, right? So you would have some kind of conditionality, but that conditionality would not be too tough, and also the loans would actually be quite generous. The other narrative about this is that actually France had nothing to do with it. It actually considered German response, to German preferences. Why is this the case? Why Germany is the indispensable nation with respect to the Eurozone crisis management response? Well, Germany was the indispensable nation, first of all, because it contributed most of the money, so power differentials matter. But second of all, because within the council, the EU Council, that actually decided the responses, the crisis management response, Germany was usually the country that actually had the most strict, harsh preferences for the borrowers. So in that sense, since you wanted actually unanimity, it was the country that was most likely to veto a decision if it was not to its preferences. Why? Because it had the most extreme preferences. So in that sense, most solutions actually had to follow German preferences. Why? Because Germany was the least forthcoming state, the one that was more likely to veto any solution. So all the others had to cater to the one that was more likely to veto. So again, in that sense, if you think about what we said before, decision-making rules, voting rules, unanimity favor Germany, had the most extreme preferences, but at the same time, power differentials favor Germany. It contributed most of the money. So, most people would say actually that Germany kind of dictated the Eurozone response, and according to what? Okay? Well, according to two things. First of all, domestic exposure. It dictated a crisis management response that actually made sure its banks were not under threat and they would cover their losses. And the second one was about politics, right? What the German voters wanted as a solution, what seemed to them as most fair, was the one that was actually preferred by the Eurozone. Okay. What about the bureaucrats? So, as some of you might remember, the member states actually opted for a troika scheme. That means the IMF, the European Commission, the European Central Bank, creating a troika, three organizations together, to kind of monitor the scheme. Did they have much independence and autonomy? Well, the reality is no, right? So, I discussed before the conditions of what might explain. Back to this. Of what might explain, what might give the agent some kind of autonomy. Well, if you think about it, they didn't have any of this, right? They might have had independent preferences. That's beyond the point. Preference intensity. Well, the principal, the EU states, had intense preferences, right? They really wanted the crisis to be solved in an efficient way, and they were very much willing to actually take notice of any kind of autonomous action that the agent would take. They were really interested in that. So in that sense, the agent did not have actually much space for autonomy. Preference intensity was high. Do you have preference and heterogeneity? Well, there were some disagreements within the council, but generally speaking, as I said, Germany managed to call this off. They managed to create ruling coalitions and to bring everyone on board, even the countries under threat. So, there was not much preference heterogeneity, to be honest. Do you have alternative agents? Yes. That's what the Troika was about, right? Having alternative agents. So if the Commission would actually not do what the states would say, the states would actually turn to the IMF, or vice versa. And they actually opted to also kind of include the IB, then they created the ESM. So, you had all this kind of host of different agents that they could actually replace the agent that would actually diverge from the mandate. So, not much room for discretion because you have a lot of alternative agents. You have information asymmetry, high monitoring cost. We did, but that's why you have actually multiple organizations reporting on the progress of the conditionality-based schemes. By actually getting input and information on how these programs are actually progress, how these programs progress, you actually get more accurate information that you can triangulate between the organizations who actually have better information. I mean, the crisis was severe, so at the beginning maybe agents had some discussion, but especially for many countries that actually took some years. So, you know, one would say that principals had enough time to kind of assess their actions. So the urgency was not forever. So in that sense, the Troika bureaus had very little room for autonomy. They had some, there is some actually research on that at this point, but you know, generally speaking, the grand scheme of things, they didn't have many. So again, state-centered response. So how this ended up? Well, it ended up with the adjustment costs from the crisis actually being assigned to the countries under pressure. So, you know, Greece, Italy, Portugal, Ireland, they had to actually take mainly domestic reforms and budget consolidation measures to kind of balance their position, so that, you know, the cost was mainly borne by those who were under crisis. And at the same time, bailout conditionality entailed a procyclical policy mix that included fiscal consolidation measures and structural reform. Again, main cost was actually there from the crisis under pressure, the countries under pressure. So, in that sense, I'm now done with the literature review of how financial crises are managed, and I'm also done with actually implementing, kind of applying this theory on the Eurozone crisis. Now I'm going to close this session, and I'm close to finishing, by actually discussing a bit how countries, Eurozone countries, kind of receive conditionality-based loans, if they have any kind of leverage or negotiating these loans, and then whether these loans actually, whether the reforms that come with these loans are somehow preserved after the conditionality programs stop, when conditionality recedes. So, as I said, when the crisis hit, there was shrinking discretion for the European governments, for the ones that were actually under crisis. So they actually had to ask for some kind of financial help. Well, financial help came with conditions. Implicit conditionality, that's conditionality that was not explicitly phrased within a program. For example, Italy faced some conditionality from the ECB. The ECB told me that it's not going to actually provide any financial aid to Italy's financial system unless Italy actually pursued some reforms. And then you have explicit conditionality, which is actually a conditionality that was actually incorporated within the program's financial aid. So the Greek program financial aid has conditionality in it, the Irish too, the Portuguese too, the Cypriot one. So you have explicit and implicit conditionality. And these programs, these conditions actually had some similar assumptions, and then we're going to actually talk about the differences. What were the similar assumptions? First of all, that investors' confidence, so catalytic finance, the thing that I talked about before, so investors reinvesting in the economy, reobtaining the credibility about it, depended on reducing public and private debt as quickly as possible. So if you're, you know, the whole point is actually to reduce your public debt in order to actually gain market confidence, then you actually do fiscal consolidation, you do structural reforms. So that was kind of the recipe. The second one was internal devaluation. If competitiveness is a problem for these countries, then they should actually regain their competitiveness by reducing their wages, right? Reducing labor costs. So that was actually the second mechanism. The third mechanism was that consumers would be better served, they would actually get better services and products if state monopolies were actually broken down and they were privatized. So these three assumptions kind of govern the problems. Yet, what is interesting is that we see actually variation, we see differences between the different memoranda of understanding, between different programs, that cannot be explained necessarily by the economic fundamentals, the economic situation of each government. So that actually brings us to the question, what can explain this variation? The answer is the negotiating power of the states, right? So let's talk about a bit about this, and then we'll have another 2 slides and that. So which features might give governments leverage in the design, time, and implementation of conditionality? So governments are vulnerable in times of financial crisis. They're need, they're beggars. What actually might explain the negotiating power? Well, I would say the following. First of all, the material bargaining power of the state. That means when the state has some actual material power. Let's say, for example, a big army or has a big GDP. In the context of financial crisis, material bargaining power actually signifies the levels of debt, right? The lower level of debt you had, the more leverage you had, the more negotiating power. Why? Because you had actually smaller funding needs, right? At the same time, you had actually low debt, you were less vulnerable to actually markets, right? So in that sense, the lower debt you had, the more negotiating power you had with respect to this kind of Eurozone programs. That explains kind of the difference why Italy had some better conditionality compared to Greece. The second thing is weakness as strength, right? What does that mean? It means that you have actually more leverage, more power, more negotiating power, the more exposure foreign banks have to your government debt. So, for example, if many German or Italian banks, or sorry, German or French banks had exposure to Greek government debt, then actually Greece had an advantage with respect to negotiating strategies. Why? Because if Greece would actually default on that debt, then it would actually incur huge losses to these banks. And in that sense, no one would like Greece to kind of default. So Greece could actually ask for more legal conditionality. In that sense, many people actually argue that Greece had actually a lot of negotiating power at the beginning of the crisis, but then it actually diminished as foreign banks covered their exposure. The third feature that actually gives government some kind of negotiating power is what we call ownership. Ownership is the country's willingness in pursuing reforms independently of any incentives provided by multilateral lenders. That means that the government is actually willing to implement the reforms that are in the program, independently of whether the program is in place or not. So they kind of embrace this kind of reforms. That gives actually to the program additional chance of success. Why? Because the government actually does not need to be monitored. The IMF does not, the Troika does not really need to monitor the agent anymore, because the agent actually understands the validity and the usefulness of these measures. So the program has actually more chance of success. If you think about this, partisanship, which party is in government, is actually very important, right? Because if you have a left-wing government, then it's actually less willing to reform with respect to the welfare system, to enhance the welfare system, to actually cut spending, while a right-wing government, in theory at least, would need to actually want to implement such reforms. In that sense, which parties in government might be important. The fourth feature is credibility, right? The perceived intention to negotiate honestly and follow the commitments that you have undertaken. So the credibility of a government, actually, the more credible a government is, the more legal conditionality it can actually receive, it can actually negotiate in a more powerful manner. But how credibility is actually assessed? Well, first of all, credible governments are trustworthy governments, right? So you have, let's say, political stability, your political system is actually changing governments all the time, then you're that trustworthy, because the government is going to change the next month, so you're not really credible that you're actually going to follow the commitments. And then institutional capacity. actually contributes to your credibility. So whether you actually have a public service, a public sector that can actually implement the reforms, right? They are up to the task to kind of implement these economic reforms that are asked within the program. So in that sense, credibility is actually decided by two things: political stability, when you have a state political system, basically transition of power, not changing governments too often. And the second one is a capable and able public service that can actually really implement this kind of reforms and measures. Then information asymmetry. Well, it goes without saying that when international organization or the troika comes in a country, they don't know everything about this country. On the other hand, the government, the domestic government that actually negotiates the conditionality-based program, knows a lot about the country. So it can use kind of this information asymmetry that they know the country better than the lenders to kind of gain some negotiating power, kind of negotiate what they want and negotiate the deal on the things that are actually more doable and more beneficial for the country, for the government. And finally, elections. Well, I mean, it has been noted that whenever you have elections, and that actually goes contrary to the political stability case that I said before, when you have elections, it's actually likely that the lenders, the IMF, whatever, they're going to come back to the country, hold on to the new government, and might change a bit the conditions of the program. So in that sense, a new government actually has some leverage, some negotiating power. I mean, we kind of saw that during the first 6 months of the Syriza government in Greece, where the lenders were willing to actually go into prolonged talks with Greece to change some of the conditions to kind of cater the needs and the preferences of the new government. And now I'm going to my last point for today. Do reforms stick after program completion? So you have some actually conditions within the programs. You have some reforms that are actually implemented due to these conditionality-based programs. And the real question is, when this actually stops, when you don't have any more programs in place, when you don't have any more funding, you are out of the curriculum, which of these conditionality-based reforms stick and which ones are actually reversed, right? So the options that the governments actually face are reversal of the reforms or maintaining the reforms. Well, first of all, we can already say from the outset that the reforms that remain in place are the reforms that were actually implemented because of the bigger amount of owners. So the government wanted to implement these reforms anyway, but it didn't have actually the political capital or the willingness or the agency to do that before the conditionality-based program. But when the conditionality-based program came in, they could actually sneak in some of the reforms they wanted to put in place anyway. So the government kind of wanted these reforms, they couldn't apply them because of the political costs. But with the program, they managed to do it. And they want to keep them in place. I mean, it's interesting that we actually have IMF programs that have been shown to actually involve some problems. For example, in 1998, Brazil received an IMF program, and it was well known that President Cardoso at the time sneaked in some measures on cutting federal tax expenditures and infrastructure projects and to reform the social security system. So he managed to actually convince the creditors to kind of put this kind of measures within the program because he wanted to actually implement some such reforms before, but he couldn't do it before. Now the pressure came in, and he could claim to his electoral audience that, I'm forced to do that, but in reality, he won't do it. I mean, the same is up to a point with Ireland and the reform of the social security system, which was actually an ongoing project in the country. But when the Troika came in, they had to actually negotiate a new program. They managed to actually pass this reform without much social strife by actually presenting it as being part of the conditionality-based commitments. Okay. And then we'll go to a more political analysis of which reforms are going to stick or not. I mean, it's more of a political calculus at this point, right? So the governments are actually more willing to reverse the reforms that will bring them actually political gain and they will have diffused costs. And with an example, the governments will be far more willing to reverse the cuts to reserve wage cuts for civil servants. Why? Because it will bring an obvious electoral benefits. All civil servants are going to vote for the government because they have again raised their wages, and it has diffused costs. You know, it indeed actually better the public budget, but no one can actually really think or see that at that point. So no one really cares. It's good if they get it's good if the civil servants get actually a raise. They're going to vote for the government. No one's going to actually not vote for the government because of that. On the other hand, if the government reverses, let's say the VAT increases, it's a very small gain for its individual, so it doesn't really show its pocket, usually. And at the same time, the government actually loses a big amount of revenue, right? So you have diffused benefits and very concrete costs. So the government is more likely to actually reverse reforms, changes that actually have diffuse benefits and concrete costs. So it's all about political calculus, right? And the second feature that actually might explain this kind of change of this kind of reversal is the risk of mobilization. The government is going to be far more hesitant to reverse reforms that are more likely to lead social groups, special interest groups, to mobilize. So if you have someone if you are sure that someone's going to protest a person, you are far less likely to actually conduct this real life. In that sense, the risk of mobilization really can drive governments to either reverse or not reverse a reform. In that sense, following this kind of pattern, what we see is actually selective reversals. So we see some benefits, some reforms being reversed, but very selectively, right? Let me give you two examples and close there. The Syriza government, for example, it reversed some cost-cutting measures, but did so carefully and usually after consultation with European partners. At the same time, these reversals had diffuse cost to the population, so very low risk of mobilization. The same can be said for Cyprus. Reversals have been made when the costs were diffused, while bringing general benefits to the economy. So a case in point is the reversal of the removal of property tax. So we see that governments essentially do tend to keep conditionality-based reforms in place even after the program is actually finished. And it is not because these reforms usually bring benefits, right? But again, the political calculus goes back in place, and the main motivation they have with respect to whether they should actually reverse or maintain some kind of reforms, conditional-based reforms, has to do with the electoral process. So that's it. That was the presentation for today. Many thanks for those that followed, and feel free to email me and whether you want the slides or to talk more about any material. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the EU policy analysis strand of the Europol Summer School. So today we're going to try to use the NIME software to analyze certain statistics from Eurostat. So we will be able to see how we're going to manipulate this data, and we'll be able to see if there is the policies, some policies of the EU are really efficient or not. So the first thing to do is simply to find the data we want. We'll go to the Eurostat page. As you can see, all I have to do is go to Google and go to Eurostat. And I want to study something about the life expectancy in the EU. This is what I want to study. So how am I going to find data on life expectancy? Well, I could try to search the term here, life expectancy, or otherwise, I could go here and choose statistics A to Z and try to find here the term life expectancy. So let's try to find it. And I see that indeed there is such a term. So let's see what is here. There are information about these stats, and on the left I can see there is a choice database. As you can see, there are a lot of information, but if I go to database, there are some results. What are the results? First of all, we have the choice that says main tables, demographic, population, total balance, and complete database. And in complete database, I have the option that says mortality. And since I am talking about life expectancy, someone would expect the table to be in mortality. And of course, I want on national level. So I see that there is this data set that says life expectancy by age and sex. And as you can see, inside the parentheses is the code for the specific data set. But as we said yesterday, I can go to the data browser to see the data, to see the table that contains the data. We wait for it to load, and as I go and scroll down, we'll see the data. But I want to choose exactly some specific data that I want to take. So I can go either here on the plus icon that says create a custom dataset, or I can go here, it's the same thing, and choose the data I want to use. So on the left, as we can see, are the various parameters for the datasets. On the age class, I leave it as it is, less than 1 year. As geopolitical entity, I can choose any country I want, but since right now I'm not sure if I want a specific country or all the countries, I can just go on and leave it as it is. I will download the statistics for all the countries, and maybe we'll choose some specific country later. There are the option of the sex. It's total males and females. Let's leave it as it is. Let's go for all of them. I'm not sure if I will use them all, but I will just download them all. And in time, I will choose to start from 2004. So I will check these years. Of course, going up to the current year. Of course, I could go as far back as to 1960. Nothing stops me from doing that. And could be an interesting thing to study the life expectancy from all these years. But let's start with 2004 and we'll see. So we'll leave time frequency, there's only choice, so annual, and unit of measure, of course, the life expectancy is measured in years. So I will go here to save the data. When it says save the data, it means save the choices. It will not download the data to my computer, just save the choices, the new choice I have. And since I want to download this data, I come to download and I will choose to download it as a spreadsheet, as an Excel file. As we can see here, the data has been downloaded, and I can choose to open this dataset just to have an overview of the dataset as we saw yesterday. The sheet I care about is what says here, sheet 1. Of course, I could rename the sheet. Nothing stops me from renaming it. I will leave it as it is for now. And we can see that the data is here. So let's try to use this data with KNIME. Let's try to manipulate this data a bit in order to extract information. So I'm going to open the KNIME analytics platform. When I start this platform, it provokes me to choose a workspace. A workspace is, to put it simply, a folder in our computer where all our projects will be stored. It's not something difficult, it's just for organization purposes. So we can have different folders for different groups of projects. Or we can have only one workspace for everything. So I leave it as it is. Of course, someone can choose where to put the workspace directory, but for me, it's fine as it is. And this is the KNIME Analytics platform. I know it can be scary at first glance, but when you get accustomed to it, it's not that difficult. So what is the interface of the KNIME Analytics platform? First of all, on the top left corner, there is a window that says KNIME Explorer. This is the place where we can choose our workspace and choose the various projects, the various workflows that we have prepared. the main architecture of KNIME platform is that it uses what we call workflows in order to design the program in sense, so we can manipulate our data and extract the information we want. I will explain the logic behind the workflow approach later on as we see the main canvas of KNIME. But to continue on the interface, we can see on the left down corner, it says node repository. What is this is it contains all the tools that one might need to use with KNIME. On the main window is the canvas, is where we design. We'll see about the design. On the right side is the information window, as we choose some tools that we call them nodes. Information about that certain tool will appear on the right. On this part of the screen that says outline, it's just a bird's eye view of our design. We'll see our design will be graphical. There will be no coding. There are blocks, little icons and the lines. So if we have a quite big design, this here shows us the whole design and which part of the design we're looking at. And of course, there is KNIME console with system messages. It can inform us for warnings or anything that the program might want to say to us. So I want to start using KNIME. The first thing I want to do is come up here on the icon and choose new. And of course, I will choose new KNIME workflow. The concept is just as you open a new, let's say, document in Word, I create a new workflow, I create a new file where I can design on. Let's name, of course, I can name it. So I will name it Summer School 2022. So I can name it whatever I want. There is no problem on that. And when it says destination of the new workflow, that says local, you can see that the local is this space. It is the directory we chose in the beginning, because as we said, I can have various workspaces. This workspace is, when we say workspace, we just mean a directory, a folder in the computer. This directory can be on our computer or it can be on a server. There is this option, this possibility. But of course, for now, we'll stay local. And as you can see, under the local workspace, we have a file, a workflow that says Summer School. So we're working on this workflow, and we can see up here that this is the canvas, the design area of this workflow. Of course, the welcome screen I can close. I can have open multiple workflows at the same time on other tabs. If I open a new workflow, I can see it in another tab, but we don't need it for now. Of course, if I want to rearrange the interface, since we will be working a lot, we'll be designing a lot in here, I could choose to make this a little bigger. So I could just put this down. If I don't want to read the console, I could minimize it, but it will be useful to have message on the console. I could use it here to make it a little smaller here, so it's bigger here. Here on the right, It's not bad to have it at such a size because there will be useful information when I will try to use the nodes. So I'm here, I want to start working. What do I do? What is the basic logic of the 9 analytic platforms? For some of you that are acquainted with programming, the logic of the analytic platform is what we would call the function block diagram logic. In NIME, they're called nodes. What are these? These are just small boxes, small icons that do a specific job. So what do I want? I want to read an Excel file. As we did right now, we downloaded a dataset on an Excel file. So what is the first thing I would like to do in NIME, since I want to use this? I would like to read this file. Simple. So I want to find the tool that reads Excel files. Where will I find this tool? Over here on the left, where all the tools are located. All the tools are here. There's very useful search bar where I could write what I want, and it gives me certain results. Or I could try manually to search for it. It's an interesting thing to try because you become more acquainted with the naming and the structuring of the tools. So the first group is the IO group. IO, it simply means input output. Therefore, since I want to read something, I want data to be put into NIME. My sense says that it's probably somewhere here what I want to find. When I open input output, we see we have some tools for reading, some tools for writing, and some other tools. My tool will probably be on the read group, and truly I can see that there is a tool, there is a node, as we call it on NIME, that says Excel Reader. So it will most likely be the one I want. I can very easily insert it on the canvas, on the design space, just by drag and drop. I drag and drop, it enters. Or I could just double click it. It does the same thing. Of course, I don't need the second node, so I can just press the delete button and delete it. So this is my first node. As you can see, it's just an icon. It's a little box. We don't know exactly how it works, and we don't care exactly how it works. We only care about what it does. What it does, it reads an Excel file. If I choose it, you see on the right information about how these nodes work, what exactly it does. So it says this node reads Excel file and can do quite a lot of things. Someone can read it to know if he wants to know something specific or to get acquainted very well with a certain node. So, okay, I have put this inside here. As you can see down here, there is a yellow triangle. It says me, okay, you have put a node there, you have put a tool, but I don't know what to do with this tool. I need to configure the parameters. I need to configure this tool to read a certain file I want to read. And as you can see on the console, it tells me exactly that. It says a warning, this yellow triangle. When I have this yellow triangle, it's a warning. It says warning, please specify a file. Tell me what file I'm going to read. So I right click on the node and I choose configure. A new window opens. This new window has certain choices. These choices differ from a tool to tool, from a node to another node, since there are different, each node does a different job. What does it say? Input location. Where do I read the file from? It's simply straightforward. Read the file I just downloaded. So I go here that says browse. I will try to find the downloads folder, and the dataset I downloaded is this. Of course, if I'm not sure if it is this or not, I can just go here and see the name. Or I can go here and see the same thing. So I'm now sure that this is the dataset I downloaded. So I go open, and there are quite a few choices. We'll see them right now about how it will read the Excel file. As we see in this Excel file, there are quite a few things to consider. First of all, there are 3 different sheets. And in the sheet we care about, not all the sheet has data. The data starts from row 10. So I need to configure my tool that reads Excel files to read this Excel file, but only the data I want. So sheet selection. I do not want the first sheet. I want specific, which is sheet 1. I can choose whether my data have column names. You can use the typical, or I can say that the table has column names in a certain row number. As I can see here, my column names can be considered this, the year. I can name my columns given the year. So let's say in row 10. And if the column is empty, if there is nothing, for example, if this was empty, it just puts a prefix. A very interesting tool in this node is that if I go down here, it gives me a preview of what will be inserted in 9. So before ending the configuration, I can see what will probably be entered. What we see here is that although I have the column names correctly, so I have 2004, 2005 here that says empty. It's because if you watch closely, you can see that for a certain year, it has 2 columns. That's how the dataset is. We don't mind. We'll filter whatever we don't need. So I'll just go on. But for the moment, we also have these first rows that we don't care about. I don't want to enter the data set in last updated, etc. So I come here and say that I do not want to read the entire data of the sheet, but I want to read data only from rows 10 and later on. So if I do that, immediately I have this. Of course, on row 10, as we can see, there is nothing but this one that says geo. So I could maybe skip it. I will not use 10. Let's go to 11. Let's try to refresh it. I think it will refresh. As we can see, it is a little bit of an issue because I'm reading the column names from 10. So let's leave it like this. We have no big issue because we'll manipulate all this. And of course, on the left, we can see that we have the row IDs. Here we have the column names. If I don't want to have row 0, row 1, and so on, I could use this info to create the row IDs. So I could just say table contain rows IDs in column A, and now you can see that I have the row ID, the distinction between one row and the other. Of course, down here there are some data that probably I don't want them, but for now I'm okay. I will leave them as they are, and we could say that right now we're ready to enter our data in KNIME. So I press OK. Does this mean that the data are in KNIME? No. As you can see, there are 3 lights. There are 3 circles here. It's red light, yellow, and green, as we see later. When it's red, it means that the node needs configuration. When it's yellow, it means that the node has been configured, but it has not been executed yet. It has not read anything yet. In order to read, to make it do the job we want it to do, I push left click and choose execute. So when I do execute, we see that it reads the Excel. It's green now. And where can I see the data that are at the end of the node that are inside KNIME? I can go with right click and choose file table. So these are the data that have been inserted in KNIME. We must get very well acquainted with this format. We must know that the KNIME works with this logic. It works with data tables that have rows and columns. So everything I do from now on will be manipulating these rows and these columns. This is the way that KNIME works, rows and columns, only with tables. And as we can see on the icon, there is this little black arrow. It's what this tool outputs, what it gives us. It has no input because it starts from nothing. It reads an Excel file. There is nothing behind it. There's nothing to do previously to input into this tool. It only outputs. It reads the file and outputs a table. Each node, each tool outputs a table. But except in some certain occasions that they may output something else, we'll see these cases. But when you see this black arrow, it's an output that the node outputs, and we can check this with right clicking. Okay, so I have entered the data. We'll notice some things in the data. First thing we must notice, of course, is this little question mark. This question mark is put by KNIME when there is no value in the certain cell. As we can see on our data set, in this cell, there is absolutely no value. So KNIME says to me, it's missing value. I have to do something about it. As we said, there are certain columns, all the columns that say empty, as you can see, are of no importance to us. I just want the numbers. there are certain columns that say B. And what is B? As you can see, the explanation is down here. As you can see, there are variable flags and say when you see B, break in time series or estimated or provisional. But for our purposes, I don't care about this. I only care about the numbers. So I want to filter out, I want to throw away all these empty columns. So how can I filter out? I've read the dataset, I want to filter out certain columns. Well, I will try to find the tool that filters columns. So the easiest way is to write here column, because I want to filter out columns, filter. And there it is, a tool, a node that filters columns. So all I need to do now is connect this tool, the output of this tool, to the input of this tool. You see here, there is an arrow on the left. This is where I input a table into this node, and it outputs something. And as you can see, when I put my mouse on it, it says table to be filtered and filter table. How do I connect this? Very simply. I put my mouse here, I drag, I keep the left click press, I drag a line and I leave it. So now it's connected, and as you can see, it's yellow. It was red because it had no input, it had problem. Now it's yellow, it's already configured, but of course I can check the configuration because I want to exclude certain columns. So what we see here is our options, what columns to include and what columns to exclude. I want to exclude every column that says empty. I choose this, I press this arrow, it goes on the left. It says exclude, so it's excluded. I write this, excluded. I can manually do all of this. Of course, if there are too many columns and I don't want to do all this tedious job, there is this choice that says Wildcat Selection. I can choose a pattern, so I can write if it says empty, I want to exclude. So I say exclude matching. So be careful when you say wildcard, there is a certain type, a certain way to write it. If I want it to contain empty, I must put this asterisk. What does the asterisk mean? If I don't have the asterisk, it will only exclude the columns that have the name empty, exactly the same, the name empty. If I want to have empty and whatever follows, because we can see it says CE, etc., I will put this asterisk, so it's empty and whatever may follow. So I could do this and do it automatically. If I have trouble writing this or I don't remember the asterisk, I can just go manually and do it manually. No problem, it just takes a little longer, but no problem, it's the same thing. Let's do it manually. As you can see, all we do is use a tool and configure it how the tool will work. I don't care how exactly it works. I'll put OK. Of course, I will execute, and I go here that says filter table, and I can see if what I wanted really happened or there is an issue. If I see anything that I don't like, I can change the configuration. But I would say so far so good. We have filtered out the columns that we do not want. But we have some rows also that we don't want. So maybe I should filter out some rows too. So what will I write? Of course, row filter. And I have this choice. Let's see what it does. Of course, I connect again. I configure it. And there are certain choices. I could choose, it says column to test. So it says what column will it use to exclude or include a row. We can, as you can see, we have the options on the left that says include rows by attribute value or exclude by attribute, include rows by number or exclude by number, row ID, etc. Since my data, let's see how are my rows are made. We can see that the row ID here is text, so maybe I wouldn't like to use the row ID. But when I come here, you see there is a pop-up that says 57 out of 62, 58 out of 62. That means I have in total 62 rows, and this is the 57th row. So maybe I would just choose to exclude all rows that are from number 57, or on the contrary, include rows up to 57, up to 56, because I don't want the 57th row. So let's try it and see if we have achieved what we wanted. So I go here, I execute, and let's check the filter. And let's go down here. As we can see, the final rows that I didn't want have been excluded. So now I have a nice table with every country I want to know about. I have, as you can see, the various areas, the various countries. The reason we have the same country, let's say European Economic Area and European Union, it's not exactly the same region. And of course, you can see that this says European Union from 2013 to 2020, while here it says European Economic Area from 2007 to 2013. It has to do with the various changes in the European Union. Of course, there are countries outside of European Union, but all in all, I have a nice table with quite a few info, and I have got rid of anything I didn't want. So we want now to go to the next step. There are still some issues with the data. The first issue with the data is that if you see on the top side where the column names are, there is a letter on the left that says S, and you can see it's in every column. What does that S mean? Let's talk right now about a very important aspect concerning data. Some of you may know it, some of you may not know it. When I have data in a cell, then for simplicity reasons, let's go to an Excel cell. When I write data in this field, in a cell, it might be any field, I can have various types of data. What do I mean? If I write a name, then I have text. If I write an organization's name, or I write an occupation, someone's occupation is data, but it's text. I write text. If I write someone's age, then it's not exactly text. It's a number. It depends, of course, if I wanted to use it as a number or not. So when I have someone's age, or I have someone's salary, or I have as data the amount of refrigerators produced. These are numbers. But of course, as you may know, there are certain type of numbers that are not used as numbers, meaning that I cannot add or subtract them. For example, when I have a telephone number, when you have a telephone number, it's text, it's not a number. So the type of the data that is in the cell is very important. When I have a data as a number, it means that I can do mathematical functions with it. If I don't want to have mathematical functions with it, or it doesn't have a sense to do such a thing, then I have a text. I have alphanumeric digits that are used as text. Of course, there are a lot of other data types. I could have a date. Date is a different data type from a text. It's quite more specific. I could have a percentage. It's quite useful to see here in Excel, which says number. There are a lot of choices, which pretty much are data types in one sense. So I could have percentages. I could have currency. Of course, it varies with the program what data types it can acknowledge, it can read. As you can see, Excel has quite a few data types, but in any case, the most important data types and the ones we will use mainly are text data types and number data types. But the next important thing to know generally in programming and a lot of software is that they don't acknowledge, we don't say the term text when we refer to a text data type, but we refer to it as a string. We refer to it as a string because a text is a string of characters. So when you see the S up here, it means that NIMES acknowledges this column, every data in this column, as a string of characters, as a text, to put it simply. But age is not a text. Age is a number. So I want to convert all these that say string into numbers. I don't want to have age as a text because I cannot do any mathematical function or any statistical function using text. I can do mathematical and statistical function using numbers. So I want to convert this text to numbers. How do I do that? Well, I have no idea. So I will just search for it. Maybe there is a tool for it. Therefore, I write text to number. Sorry, it's string, of course, string to number. So I write string, and I see here string to number. Okay, let's put it in here. And let's connect it. So we go here to see the configuration, and there are certain options. First of all, what type of number do we want? We want to become a number, an integer number, or a long. The double and long have to do with the size of memory that is allocated to each number and how accurate will that number be. And of course, if we choose integer, it will only everything after the comma will be gone, the decimal separator. But for us, for our purposes, double is just fine. We choose what is the decimal separator and what is the thousand separator. We could use this, but since it's about years, it doesn't really matter. And of course, we can choose what columns we want to convert from string to number. Of course, I want all the years to convert. Therefore, I leave it as it is. I execute, and it gives me a little warning. It says problems occur. So let's see what is going on. What is wrong? What has happened? So as we see, it has converted the string to a number. You see here D. Therefore, this means these are numbers, but we have these question marks that says missing value. These question marks are the problem we discussed yesterday. Is these cells that have no value. So one way to deal with this is to do this conversion. We made strings to numbers, and it has replaced these dots with the missing value trait, and we can go on from here. We can do things about the missing values. We'll see what we can do. Of course, this is not the only way to go. Anyone who experiments with the NIME will see that there are quite a few ways to go and do the same thing. For example, sorry, I could just do the row filter first and the column filter second. Nothing would change. Or I could use another tool in order to filter out some things. But this is purely my choice. I searched for this tool. I found this tool, so I use this. Someone might find another one, will use another one. It's okay, it's no problem. So I am here. I have achieved to have numbers as age, and there are certain cells that have missing values. So now I need to do something about the missing values. And since I want to do something about the missing values, I will try to find a tool that does something about missing values. And here it is, the missing value tool. So I will put it inside here. And as you can see, we're reaching the end of our space. Of course, there is no end because I can just go right here and continue on. Of course, I continue on indefinitely, no problem. And if you can see down here on the outline, it shows me where exactly I am and what exactly I see on the grand design. And I can drag it to go where I want. So I put the missing value node and I connect them. Of course, I configure it, and pretty much I have to choose what to do when I have a missing value. And there are quite a few choices. One of the choices is to remove the row. If there is a missing value, I just remove it. Remove the whole row. It can use the previous value. It can use the next value. It can use an average. There are quite a few things that I can do. But one problem we might have if I do the remove row choice, and let's say I do this, and I go to the output table, the problem that will arise will be that I will delete whole countries. As you can see, each row is a country. So if for a country in a specific year there is no number, this country will be deleted. So of course, I don't want to do that right now. So I will delete this connection. I will keep the missing value node here because I will use it eventually. Maybe it would be better if I transposed and the columns became rows and the rows became columns. So what I want to do is all the countries to be up here, to have them as columns, and all the years will be here and will be my rows. What I want to do, transpose. So let's try. Let's put the tool that says transpose. Let's see the configuration. Nothing pretty much to do. There are some configuration, but I don't care for this. It has to do with memory because this tool only does a specific thing. It changes columns to rows and rows to columns. So if I go see here the transposed table, as you can see, now I have the time here and the countries here. Of course, as you can see, there are certain missing values, and now is a choice I have to make. If I have a missing value somewhere, do I delete the whole row? So do I delete the whole year? That's a choice we have to make, and it depends on what we want to study. Since we can see that for countries such as Kosovo, Moldova, Russia, there are a lot of missing values. In Kosovo, as you can see, there are missing values everywhere, but in 2016, if I were to use the missing value to remove the rows, it will just remove everything, and I would have nothing. So maybe right now I will choose the countries I want to study and not all of these countries. Or rather, the other choice would be to just fill it with something, but then it would have no meaning, especially in these cases. If I do want to, let's say, study Turkish, as you can see, I would have to focus my study between 2009 and 2019. I can do that, it would be no problem. But for starters, let's just focus on certain countries. Of course, as you can see here, for France, there are specifications. I don't care about that. What I'm going to do, I will choose specific countries, specific columns. How do I do that? Of course, with a column filter. I put here the column filter. Let's say I put it around here. Of course, if I don't like to keep going on the right, I could just put this node right about here. And of course, I can design this line to be better, to look better. How do I do that? If you see right here in the middle, there is a little dot. And when I put the mouse on it, it changes shape. So I can do this and it creates breakpoints. It's for design purpose only, nothing else. It's a better design. So I can come here. And if I don't like, of course, if I don't like it, let's choose it. Okay, let's choose this one. The connection. I think let's try this. Of course, there is a way to delete. I think it's this. Let's delete it because it didn't work so well as I wanted. I can redraw it. And I can go right like this. Like this. Move it maybe a little better. Of course, there are choices I can do about the line. There is a choice to have straight lines and not curved lines that are not so beautiful sometimes. As you can see, there is a bit of a problem. But for now, let's leave it as it is. And I can come here and choose only the countries I want. So I don't want everyone. Let's say I want to study Belgium. I want to study Bulgaria. I want to study Denmark. I want to study Greece. I want to study Cyprus. Let's into Malta and Austria. I can choose whatever I want. Let's say I will stay only on this. I will execute. And now a little better. As you can see here, there are no missing values. So maybe let's try to find someone with some missing values. And as I can see here, let's have Ireland that has one missing value. So I come here and I will find Ireland. Of course, I can find it like this. I don't need to search everything. We put Ireland. It says every time I change the configuration, let's do it once again to show it better. Every time I might change the configuration. So let's say, for example, I put in Czechia and I put OK. It says it will reset the nodes. Of course, it needs to reset the node because I changed the configuration. Therefore, different data must be output from the node. So it erases all output and waits to be executed again. And I just execute it again, and I have a new table that has a missing value. What do I do with this? I will choose the easy way for now and configure it to remove the row. Of course, I could do just nothing, but I will choose to remove the row. I will do that. I execute. I ignore the warning. It has to do with aspects of NIME we will not address at the school. And I have a table with row IDs and the life expectancy of different countries. So now maybe I would like to see a graph about it. I have it on a table. Let's see. Let's make a graph and see what's going on. Maybe I will try to find something useful. How do I do that? Well, I could just go to the views and go here that says JavaScript, and there are quite a few options. So let's try a histogram. Let's see what will be done. What will be the result? Of course, we configure, and it says histogram column. What will be the column for the histogram? And let's say Belgium. And let's see. Execute and open views because it has the ability to open it immediately. Now it's a little big. Okay, now it's a bit better. So as you can see, it's a bar chart about how often a certain age is on the specific column. It's not very useful, not what I would really want. Maybe try something else. Let's try maybe line plot. Let's see. As you can see, I just try things and see what happens. You see, it says here, choose column for x-axis. Of course, I want the row ID because the years are there. And let's just have a line plot for Belgium. And I just see what happens. Execute and open view. Well, a bit better. Now I have a visualization on how the life expectancy in Belgium changes by the year. Quite an interesting find, I'd say. And of course, I can configure to include other countries. Let's put them all. Why not? Execute and open views. And here you see all the countries. As you can see, quite useful visualization. We see that a lot of countries have similar life expectancy, but there are a few that have not the same life expectancy. And of course, you can see that there is a similar trend, although it's not the same life expectancy, there is a trend. And maybe we can see a little more on this trend. Maybe we can confirm or not confirm that the life expectancy in these countries does change in a similar manner. And so we come to our yesterday reference to the tool of correlation, which is exactly that. It's a tool that says to us whether certain values, in our case, the life expectancy, change in a similar manner. And how similar is the manner? So if I can see that the life expectancy does change in a similar manner, and we know that there is a certain EU policy to increase life expectancy, we could say that this policy in terms of regional effectiveness is good because every region changes, the life expectancy increases in the same way. Therefore, this policy affects equally all the regions. Of course, as we saw, Bulgaria has a lower life expectancy, so maybe it would be better for our policy to work better, to have better results, to increase with a greater rate the life expectancy in reference to other countries. As you can see, I can draw quite a few conclusions for an analysis I make, but let's see the correlation tool. Let's see if what I see here in the diagram. Sorry, not this one. It's this one, this choice. If what I see here is really true, if this sense that I have that they must be related to each other, there is a same trend, it really is for all these countries. So I want to check the correlation. Of course, I write correlation, and the tool I want is the linear correlation. And of course, here there is a description of the node. I don't really care what how linear correlation works or what is the mathematic behind it. What I do care is what results I get, what correlation tells me. So let's put our data here. As you can see, there is no need to have an output go only into an input. I can have a certain output go to multiple inputs. What I cannot have is multiple outputs go to the same input. I cannot output from here and put it here. But from the same output, I can go to various inputs. So I come here and, of course, configure the correlation, and it tells me what do you want to correlate. Of course, I want to have correlation on all countries. I want to see if all of them are correlated to each other or who are correlated with who. Let's go. I don't change anything else, and I put execute and open use, and the correlation tool outputs this nice table, which is quite a nice visualization. It can choose to use colors or not. The correlation tool, the linear correlation, is a statistical tool that tells me how similarly these values change. When they are very, very, very similar, if they change exactly the same way, the correlation is 1. If the correlation is what we say positive, that means when a value changes, the other value changes the same way, it's a positive, it's a +1 correlation. It's a +1, the number is +1. If when a value changes, the other changes similarly but negatively, so if one increases, the other decreases but in a similar manner, then it has a -1 correlation. But when I have 1, a pure 1, it means they're absolutely identical in the way they behave. Of course, it almost never happens. The one almost never happens. When I have 0.9389, for example, it means there is a very strong correlation. It's a great similarity. And when the one increases, the other one increases too. For this view, I have quite a few choices. I can use colors or not. As you can see, the color code is blue, deep blue, and it becomes lighter if the correlation is smaller. And it's red when I have negative. And wow, what I find, pretty much it confirms what we saw in the diagram. There is a very strong correlation in the life expectancy of all these countries. So I can change, of course, the cell size because this might be too small. I make it better. And if I go to each cell, it says the number. So between Belgium and Austria, there is a very strong correlation. And as we can see, there is a strong correlation in all countries, which means that something is happening that increases, that when the life expectancy is increased, it is increased for all these countries. Maybe it's the European policy, or maybe it's something that happens generally in the world. We have better medicine that is available in the world. We have scientific advances. So all life expectancy goes up in a similar manner. That is a very careful thing to consider when we talk about correlation. The fact that these values change in a similar manner doesn't mean that one is the cause of the other. We don't know what the cause might be. We just know that these values change in a similar manner. The cause might be something completely different, or something we cannot even fathom. We cannot be sure. In order to find the cause for a change, there are a lot of experiments, a lot of theories that we'll need to consider to know what the cause of something might be. When we talk about correlation, we just see that something changes similarly with something else. So right now we confirm that the life expectancy does change similarly in all these countries. And if we can see the plot, sorry, not this choice, it is quite an interesting find that for most of the time, the life expectancy went up, but for few countries, in the end, it went down. So these countries were similarly affected by something. Well, of course, we all know what this something was. It was the COVID virus. As you can see, it was the drop is between 2019 and 2020. There were a lot of deaths, so the life expectancy went down. And there is an interesting find that some countries, for example, if I'm not mistaken, this is Denmark, it continued to go up. Most countries went down, but Denmark and if I see right the color, I think it's Cyprus, the life expectancy went up. So one could even say that maybe these countries were better in dealing with COVID. But all in all, we see that there is a connection. Even if the weather is a European policy or it's something else, let's say COVID, for example, there is a similar weight for the life expectancy to change. And so it is my basic tool, which is the linear correlation. I just found something very useful. And of course, I can use it to find correlations if other values are similar with other values. Not only life expectancy, I could just try to find if there is a correlation with the health expenses. As the life expectancy grows, do health expenses grow in the same way or not, in a similar manner? Or if as the life expectancy grows, the health expenses decline, or the one is completely unrelated to the other. If I wanted to check something like this, of course, I want to go to Eurostat and find the relevant data. So let's go to Eurostat and try to find information on health expenses. So where would I find such a thing? I'm not sure, so let's try statistics A to Z and try to find health. FGH, so healthcare expenditure. So maybe it's this one. And maybe this one seems to be what I want, healthcare expenditure. And we have here some choices. Let's try healthcare expenditure by function or by provider. Let's try by provider. So let's see what is this data table, what it contains. So as you can see here, again, we have the euro area and certain years and certain values. Let's try to customize our choices and see what we want to download. First of all, let's go up here, classification of healthcare providers. So we can have data on all providers. We can have data on hospitals, on general hospitals. There are a lot of choices. I will just choose only the total, because if I choose each one, I can analyze for its provider. I don't want to do that. Let's go with all providers. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. We'll just see. In the end, it's what I want to study. As the geopolitical entities, let's leave them all again. No reason to exclude some. As for the time, of course, I will go again from 2004. And we'll see if we'll keep all of them. The time frequency is annual. So the unit of measure, I will leave it at million euros and nothing else. And let's go and download this data. So it has updated. We go here to download. Of course, I download it as a spreadsheet. Okay, looks like it downloaded. Let's check and see if we have what we want. So I go here again, I choose this, and here we are. We see certain data. Okay, it looks like that it is what we want to have. So let's input this data again on KNIME. So I go here again, and of course, I will input an Excel reader again, because I want to input a new set of data. This I want to remain in KNIME. I don't want them to disappear. So I put a new Excel reader and I configure it to open a different data set, which is this. Of course, same thing. Let's go with a name. I go to sheet 1. Let's see which number are the column names. And I can see there are number 9. So let's go with 9. Of course, table contain row IDs in column name. I don't want to read the entire data. I will go from, let's say 9 and see what happens. I think it's okay. I think we're ready to input the data, just like we did before. So let's write OK. Let's execute and just see what did we just input. And looks OK. What we need to do is exactly what we did up here. So instead of just inserting again all these nodes, I know that these two nodes remove the empty columns. This node removes certain rows. Okay, let's just choose both nodes. I can do that. I can draw a box around them. I will choose them. I will press Control C, which is the copy. Or I can right click and copy. And I can right click and paste. And as you can see, here they are. So I will just connect this. And of course, it's a very wise thing to check the configuration again, just to be sure. It looks okay. I want the inclusion to have only the gears. So it looks okay. And when I execute this, I see the filter table, it's okay. And now I just want to remove certain rows. As you can see here, we have 43 rows. So there are probably fewer countries in the data. And when I say row filter, I don't want the last row to be 56, but 40 since I want to exclude all the other rows. I execute. It looks okay. And of course, these two nodes I also want to do, because I want to convert any string to numbers and transpose. And as you can see, I can just go to the last node and execute. There is no reason to execute each one separately, except of course if I want to configure. I think that the configuration is okay with this one, so let's execute it and see what happens. And of course, the execution is linear. It first executes this node and this one. Of course, here we have missing values. But let's see what is the table we have. So now we have numbers. As you can see, it says D. So we can say that these are numbers. And of course, there is a decimal separator and a thousand separator. So we pretty much sure that these are numbers. It looks good. So I think I'm okay. What I want to do now, of course, is choose the same countries that I chose up here, because these are the countries I want to study. So I will go the easy way and copy and paste this one. Let's see the configuration. As you can see, in the exclusion, there are some things that do not exist in this table because it was the other table, but we don't care about this. We care to what we include. So I do not want to include European Union. I don't want to include, again, European Union. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I do not want to include Bosnia. I think these were the countries I had. So let's go with this. I execute and we have this. And Of course, there is, as you can see, there is an issue because there are quite a few missing values in most countries. So if I wanted to study, let's say, Denmark or Greece, I would prefer to study it between 2009 and 2019. As I can see, I have two countries that have all the values, so I will focus on them. Because in any case, when I want to see if there is correlation between the health expenditure and the life expectancy, the reasonable thing to do is correlate nationally. I don't think there would be much logic to correlate the health expenditure of Greece and the life expectancy of Belgium. So it would be better to do it nationally. And in order not to do it for 8 different countries, let's just focus on Belgium and Austria. What do I want to do now? I want only to keep Belgium and Austria. So I come here and change my configuration and remove all of them and just have Belgium and Austria. Okay, of course we reset, and now I have only Belgium and Austria. Of course, I want to keep Belgium and Austria and on the life expectancy data. So I will just use a column filter again. It just makes sense that I will use exactly the same column filter. So I will go and paste here. And which is the table I want to filter? Of course, I don't want to filter this table. It might be better to filter this one because it has already dealt with the missing values. So all I need to do is come here and connect it with this one. Let's change this a little bit. And execute and see what we have as a result. And oh, it's all nice. I have a dataset for Belgium and Austria from 2004 to 2020. Let's see here. I have a dataset from 2004 to 2020, again for Belgium and Austria. What do I want to do now? I want to find correlations between these two values, the life expectancy and the health expenses. As you can see, there are a lot of nodes here, and maybe it's just starting to become a little chaotic. So in order to remember what each node does, I can write, I can change its name. I can write a few things. So here I can say, I can change its name and say, read life expectancy. I can come to its node and change its name. So I can write here with double click, as you can see, read health expenses. So I know what it does, and of course I can annotate. I can say that, you know what, these 4 nodes or these 5 nodes do a specific job. I can right click and choose new workflow annotation. So I can say here that remove necessary. Oh my God, I forgot the necessary. Necessary. Data. And I know that these two nodes do this job. Therefore, I know what this part of the diagram does. So what I have here life expectancy Belgium and Austria. These nodes provide me with this, and this node is health expenses. And of course, I could just annotate this whole sector and just say this is a study on Belgium. Let's say a study on Belgium and Austria. So everything I have here is about Belgium and Austria. If I want to have some different countries, I could go down here, put some other tools, some other nodes, and have them about Greece, Cyprus, etc. So I come here, I have case study on Belgium and Austria, and let's continue. I want to use the tool of linear correlation, but there is a small problem. As you can see, linear correlation has only one input. That means I can only input one table. But here I have two tables. What can I do? What must I do? I must join these two tables. So let's find a tool that joins tables. Probably this one. Therefore, we have a joiner. As you can see, we have two inputs. 1, 2. As you can see on the description on the right, it says this node combines two tables similar to join in a database. Let's go to configuration, and it says join columns, match all of the following or not, compare values, etc. I think right now it must be at matching. I have to put criteria, because when it says join, what am I going to join? Let's join based on the row ID, and let's see what we'll have. Let's see the join result. As you can see, the tables have been joined. It has both row IDs, and as you can see, it's exactly the same. I have a single table, but let's see if I can solve the problem that it's the same year twice. And so, as you can see here, it says row keys, concatenate original row keys with separator. No, I don't want that. Assign new row keys sequentially, maybe not. Keep row keys. We know that the row keys, the row names, the row IDs are the same. So let's keep row keys and reset the node, execute it, and join. Now I have solved this issue. It was not a real issue, but in case someone didn't like it, to have it have the same year twice in the row ID. So I solved it rather easily just by changing the configuration of the joiner. Of course, there are a lot of other options. It depends on what data I have and what do I want to do with the data? For me, it was quite simple. All I wanted to do is just have a single table from two tables. So I have this table, and for the perfectionist of you, I have one final issue maybe, which is the column name. I have a column that says Belgium, a column that says Austria, but what is this column about? So maybe it would be better that I change the name of the column here and said Belgium life expectancy, Austria life expectancy, Belgium health expenses, Austria health expenses. I want to rename these columns. How do I do that? Well, maybe I should just find a tool that renames columns. Therefore, I search for column rename, and it exists. We have a tool that renames columns. So let's connect and try to configure and see what we can do. Okay, let's rename this one. I double click it in order to be put here so I can say what I want to do. And I want to change, not to say Belgium, but to say Belgium life expectancy, LE. And of course, I can choose to change the data type, but we don't care about it. We'll just keep it as it is. I will do the same for Austria. I want Austria life expectancy. I want to change Belgium and changes to health expenses, and change again Austria and have the health expenses. So now I'm okay. Of course, there are other ways to change, to rename a column. If I have a lot of columns, there are automated ways, but since I have only 4 columns, I use this and I'm okay. I execute, and I like it a little better. And maybe now let's try to see the correlation. Is there a correlation between this? So let's go here and write correlation. Let's take this tool that says linear correlation and just execute and see what happens. Let's change the cell size. Let's 20 size. Maybe a little more since there are a few of them. And what we can see here is that there is a very strong correlation. You can see it has a correlation of 1. It's quite impressive between. It's not impressive. Basically, it's Belgium life expectancy. Belgium life expectancy. We don't care about this. It's logical to be 1. We want. Let's change this. What we care, the correlation we care about is the Belgium life expectancy correlated to Belgium health expenses. So we see a correlation of 0.947887. It's a very, very strong correlation. And as you can see, it doesn't really have much of a meaning, but there is also a correlation between the health expenses of Austria and the Belgium life expectancy. Of course, that does not mean that the Austrian health expenses cause greater life expectancy to Belgium. It just means that there are certain factors, maybe European policy, or as we said, the change in science, in the changes in infrastructure that are similar. So there is a similar way that infrastructure in Austria, the health expenses in Austria change as the Belgium health expenses change. That's why we see a strong correlation. if I try to correlate the Belgium life expectancy with other health expenses, maybe we would also find a strong correlation. But that could mean that there is a common ground. All the countries in the European Union or the countries I study change in the same way. Therefore, maybe the European policies on the specific issue are successful, or maybe just that we are all of us are advanced countries, and there are similar aspects to the health, to the life expectancy and the health expenses. How we interpret this result is up to us. What we see here is that these are similar. There are similar changes. When health expenses in Belgium increase, we can see that life expectancy increases too. When Belgium health expenses fall, we expect life expectancy to fall too. Not because the one causes the other, but we see a similar behavior. And of course, I could use a line plot. I will copy and paste it to have a visual representation of this. Of course, I need to configure it, and maybe it would not be very wise to have them all together, and I'll show you why. Because there are, as you can see, life expectancy is measured in years, but expenses in thousands, so I can see nothing here. The better thing to do is choose only the life expectancy, have it executed and see this, and use another plot. Sorry, it's a screen. And have a second plot, so I will just put it again here. I will use the same data, and this time choose these two, execute and open views, and I could try now to put each line plot one next to another and see whether they are similar or not. And as you can see, there is, although there is a pattern of similarity, life expectancy is more volatile. The expenses are more of a straight line, but in any case, you can see that there is a pattern of similarity. So, of course, we can say that during the years in both countries, the health expenses increased, but so life expectancy did. We can't say what caused these increases, but we can say that these two behave in a similar manner. Okay, so we just found out how we see if two values behave in a similar manner and how we get useful information in using this tool. And of course, now I try to correlate some things that one might say that one is the cause of the other. Maybe yes, maybe no, I can't tell for sure. But when we have such strong correlation, it's an indicator that one maybe could be the cause of the other. But using correlation, I could try to correlate quite a few different values. So if I could go here to the database see. Let's go here. One could try to correlate the life expectancy with environmental issues. So maybe one could go here and I went to the themes this time, statistic by theme, because I want to see the environment theme or the climate change. Let's go to environment, and let's go to air emissions, for example, and see if the life expectancy is correlated with the air pollution, the air emissions. And maybe one would expect to see if it does, if it really is correlated, one would expect to see increased life expectancy with a fall of emission, or maybe there would be no correlation at all. So let's try. Well, who knows what we'll find. So let's see. And let's go with air emission, greenhouse gas emission by source sector. I wouldn't really care about this. Let's see air emission accounts. Let's try this one. Okay, and let's go here to customization. And let's see what choices we have, what we can do. First choice, air pollutants and greenhouse gas. So we have a choice what pollutants we will study. I will study the carbon monoxide because carbon monoxide is poisonous. So let's see about carbon monoxide. As a geopolitical entity, of course, I can download all of them. Since I have focused on Belgium and Austria in order not to do all these things again, I will uncheck everyone and just keep Belgium and Austria. Of course, you can download everything, choose the one you want. The advantage of downloading every information is that if you want to study a different country, you don't need to download again the dataset. You already have it. All you have to do is change the configuration in the nodes or just put a few new nodes and keep the old ones. But now, in order not to take too much time, I will just download these two. As we can see here, there is a classification on various activities. I don't care about this. I will just use the total, all activities. I don't want to study for various activities. I want to study if the emissions of carbon monoxide in total have any similarity with life expectancy. Of course, I again go to these years. And as a unit of measure, I choose tone. As you can see here, there are different units of measure. I will just keep the tone unit of measure. And of course, download, spreadsheet. It's ready. So let's go. And again, Excel reader, configure, browse. Let's go here, downloads. This is the environment, mistaken. We go asset one again, as we can see, there is here. Let's see what row do the data begin. So let's go to the Excel file and see. As we can see, data begin in row 10. So we go here, we choose table contains column names in row 10. Table contains row ID in column A, of course, and read data from row 10 and on. So we are where we want to be. Let's put OK. Let's execute and see what we have. Of course, we have the two countries and the emissions on carbon monoxide. Of course, I want to remove this row. I will do exactly what I did before. I will have a row filter. I will just copy paste it and configure it to include only, if I'm not mistaken, the first two rows. Let's see. As you can see, trial and error a little bit. I have this, and now I would say I will just transpose and see, have a better look of what is going on with the table. Therefore, transpose, execute. So I have quite a better look of what happens. And as we can see, we have no values for Austria between 2004 and 2007. So maybe I will choose only between 2008 and 2019. So I guess I could do row filter, or even better, because the only reason I do this because it's a little easier to use as a tool instead of the row filter, to use the column filter. It will be the same result. So I just use the column filter and I configure. And the reason I use the column filter is this one, because with this one I can just send away the years I don't want. As we said, from 2008 to 2019, these are the years I want to keep. And of course, I transpose it, I execute, and now is what I want to have. I have from 2008 to 2019. Of course, I could just do it with a row filter, no problem. For me, it was just easier right now to use a column filter. There was no significant reason other than that to use a column filter. So I have a transpose table that has information on the emissions. So I will choose to rename the columns in order to know that these are about emissions, just like I did. I renamed the column here to know which columns refers to what. So I copy and paste column renamer again. I will connect it, and of course I will configure it. Of course, these do not exist anymore. Just Belgium, that is Belgium CO emissions. Just keep it right there. And Austria, no need to have a huge column name. CO emissions. And okay, I execute. Now I have what I want. And also I want to have the data, the table from up here, which is the life expectancy. In reality, I want only life expectancy. I don't want to use health expenses. I only want to see the correlation between life expectancy and CO emissions. As we saw, in any case, health expenses are strongly correlated with life expectancy. Therefore, there is no need to correlate health expenses to emissions. If I know that expectancy, life expectancy is correlated with emissions, I expect health expenses also to be correlated with emissions. Of course, I could study, but no need right now. What I want is to use this data and join them with this data. So I will join them again. I will copy and paste the joiner. I want this set of data, and let's have it like this, and this set of data. I want to configure, and of course, I want to join based on the row IDs and keep the row key. And as you see, on the available join criteria, ensure that matching rows have the same row keys. So let's execute. And as you can see, the joiner now only has from 2008 to 2019, simply because it only keeps the matching row IDs. When there is no match, it excludes them. So I have a nice data set that I can see if there is any correlation between them. So I go again with linear correlation and see what happens. And let's have a nice look at it. So I have Belgium life expectancy. This here is Belgium life expectancy, and this is Belgium CO emissions. We see that there is a correlation and it's negative. What does this mean? That when CO emissions go up, life expectancy goes down. Something we would expect. It has a logic. CO emissions are bad for your health. So as the CO emissions increase, we see that indeed life expectancy decreases. That does not necessarily mean that CO emissions are the cause for the life expectancy drop, but there is a relation. It means that we could search and see if it does really cause this, or there is another reason. While in Austria, we see the Austria life expectancy has a weak correlation with emission. So in Austria, there is not so much of a connection between the CO emissions and the life expectancy. There is a weak correlation. Indeed, as they go up, life expectancy somewhat goes down, that there is not a significant relation. But in Belgium, there is a more significant relation. Of course, there is not, it is not a very, very strong correlation. It's not close to 1, but the correlation of 0.6, it's quite a strong correlation for statistical purposes. It's not something to ignore. It's quite a strong correlation. So this could be the topic of a further study. As I said, someone given this correlation could study whether CO2 emissions cause a drop in life expectancy. And so one could analyze the EU policies on the EU environmental policies and the EU health policies and see. So if one could say that we give a lot of money on health expenses, but at the same time we don't care about emissions, this affects the other policy. So maybe it's not a good policy to ignore emissions. Not that this is the policy, but I give you ways to analyze. The thing is that we know now that there is a relation between CO2 emissions and the life expectancy in Belgium. In Austria, not so much. So in Austria, someone should say, okay, we don't care so much about emissions in relation to life expectancy. But in Belgium, we should focus more on it, or the European Union should focus more on it. Right now, we have the information we wanted. We know that these two things are related. And let's go back a little bit and let's go again to life expectancy and health expenses of Belgium and Austria, because here we saw a very strong correlation. So let's suppose that health expenses indeed are the cause for the greater life expectancy. Maybe not the only cause, but it is a significant cause. And we want to see how the increase in health expenses increase the life expectancy. So if I want to increase this the life expectancy by a year, how much would the increase would be in health expenses? Or the opposite, if I increase my health expenses by 30%, how would it affect the life expectancy? This analysis tool is done by what we say the linear regression tool, as we said yesterday. This is what regression or linear regression shows us. The change in one value, how much affects and the way it affects the change in another value. Of course, when we use regression, we make the assumption here, it is an assumption in the purpose of the school, but in real life, we can't just assume it, we must be sure of it, that the one is the cause of change for the other. If we're not sure that there is a causality relation between them, we cannot use regression. It would be a mistake to use regression. When you use regression, you say that I know for a fact that changing this will change the other. So be careful when using it, because if you're not sure that one causes the other, you can draw quite wrong results. So let's go to regression. Let's try to use the regression. Of course, I can write regression and try to find the tool that does regression. A lot of tools related to regression. Of course, I don't want to any of this. There is a simple tool that's called Linear Regression Learner. This is the tool, as I said to you, I want to use linear regression. The difference between linear regression, polynomial regression, and other is something that exceeds the scope of the summer school. They are for statisticians and more advanced students. We don't care about it. We only care that we use linear regression. It's just a tool that shows us how the change in one value changes the other value. The reason it's called linear, it's pretty straightforward with its name. It is because it tries to find a straight line as a relation between the two values. We'll see it in the result. So I want to have, I want to check if there is linear relation between which values. I will use, of course, the values I used here in these nodes. Here in this node is both life expectancy and health expenses. And health expenses for Belgium and Austria. So I will just try to input this here and just see what is the output. Of course, I need to configure. And as we said, in linear regression, the main thing is that we want to see how a certain value changes in relation to another value or more values. There is no reason to be only one value. So the first thing to do is choose which value is the dependent value, which value is the one who changes because of another. So which is the dependent value in our case? In our case, the dependent value is the life expectancy. As we said, we believe or we assume that the health expenses change the life expectancy. So the dependent value, the value that changes is the life expectancy. And of course, for now, I'll study the Belgium life expectancy. Then next choice, the next configuration I have to do is which is the value that causes the change. So which is the value that causes the change for Belgium life expectancy? Of course, I assume, I say that it's the Belgium health expenses. So I only want to include the Belgium health expenses. There is no reason to assume that the Austrian health expenses cause change in the Belgium life expectancy. There might be a very strong correlation, as we saw, but you can say that what people spend for health in Austria change the life expectancy in Belgium. Doesn't make much sense, except if someone was able to prove that it does really do cause that something like this. So I'll just use these two values, none else. I say OK and execute and open views. Let's see what we have here. What we have here is the result of this tool. It might scare you, and for those who are not acquainted with this, with the regression tool, might have no idea what they're seeing right now. Well, of all this, we don't care for all of these values. I will tell you about which values we care, and this tool gives us also another result which will be very useful to you, much more useful to you, and you will understand a lot better what regression does. So I right click again and I want to view this, the linear regression scatter plot view. So when I do this, this is something quite useful, and of course I will have this open. So what does linear regression try to do? What linear regression tries to do is to draw a line. This line is the linear regression. These squares, these dots, is the health expenses for its life expectancy. So for this amount of health expenses, I expect 79 years life expectancy. For this amount of health expenses, I expect this year. This, to put it simply, if I open the table, are these values. Is for 79, we have the 27,803.74. For 79.1, we have this value. For 79.5, we have this value. this scatter plot are these values, are this pair of values. So for 79.5, we have 29,183. So we have all these pairs of value, and linear regression tries to draw a straight line between them. And as we can see, there is a proximity to the straight line. This pair of values really have the view of a straight line. There are a few exceptions. So, but all in all, we can see that we can approach quite well the tendency of these two. And the question of how well we approach this, so if we approach it quite well, we can say that with a linear regression, we can use it to predict what will happen next. So I can predict that if I increase my health expenses to, let's say, 60,000, the life expectancy would go to 83 years, for example. The linear regression will answer that. So in order to answer if we have good regression, we only see this value here that says P greater than T. If this value is smaller than 0.05 or 0.03, depending our assumption, but all in all, if it's less than 0.05, it means it's a statistically significant outcome we have. It's a statistically significant relation, so it's a good regression. And also these two numbers, the R squared and adjusted R squared number, if they are close to 1, the perfect score is if they are 1. Of course, there will never be 1, but if they're close to 1, it means we have a good model. It predicts quite well what will happen. So we have a 0.9 and adjusted R squared 0.8933. It means that we have a quite good model. So I can say that increasing health expenses increases life expectancy. If we assume that health expenses cause increase in life expectancy. And of course, someone could try to find the prediction we said, use some arbitrary values, greater or lower, and see what happens. But this is the linear regression tool. We just try to predict how one value would change independent of another value. If life expectancy, if I try to see the regression in life expectancy for another country, maybe this line would be a little steeper or not so steep. And why not? Let's try to do exactly the same thing for Austria and have a little bit of comparison. So I will copy paste this one. I will take exactly the same data set. Let's make it a little more beautiful. Like this, and have it like this. And of course, here I will choose the Austria life expectancy in relation to Austria health expenses. I execute, and I will only open the scatter plot. And as you can see, one scatter plot next to the other. linear regression can both describe them rather well. But in Austria, we see a little steeper line. So if, let's say, for example, Austria were to increase for the health expenses from 43,524 to 50,000, one would expect to arrive maybe to 82.5 or 83 years, while Belgium we see for pretty much the same amount, they have a life expectancy of 82 years. So in Austria, an increase in health expenses will have a greater increase in life expectancy than in Belgium. This is what regression tells us. When something changes, how a lot or how little another value changes. And it's a useful tool to study what we see here, to study if the funds that go in a certain policy or in a certain sector have the expected effect, or a greater or lower effect on the value we expect to change. But as a last remark, always keep in mind that in order to use regression, we must be sure that one value is the cause for the change of another value. So today we saw how we insert data into KNIME, how we manipulate data to bring it to a form, to create a table that contains only the data we want to use, because this is the big issue using KNIME. We take a bulk of data, which may be good data or not in terms of having missing values and such things, and we try to manipulate them in order to have a nice, clean data set. And then when we have this nice, clean data set, we can use whatever tool we want in order to analyze this data set. We can draw plots, we can correlate values to each other, we can have regression, we'll see other tools tomorrow, we can cluster values together, we can put them on the map if I want to study on maps. These plots we drew, we can put them in reports. And of course, as I show you, these tools, there are a lot of tools. There's a tremendous selection of tools we can use in plotting, in utilities, let's say in analytics. In the analytics sector, there are tons of tools about statistics and analytics. Here is clustering. Every folder has other tools. Statistics has other tools. There are I can say thousands of nodes. One cannot expect to learn every single node here, and one does not need to. We want to do a certain job, so we use the tools for the certain job, and we learn how these tools are configured. And of course, these are not the only nodes that we can use in KNIME. If I go here and go in this menu choice that says install KNIME extensions, ignore this warning. There is a whole database that has more KNIME tools, more KNIME nodes that are installed as an extension that do a lot of other jobs that we might want to do. So if one wants to do something with KNIME and does not find already a tool inside the ones here, he can search for this tool, maybe in some extension. Let's say if I go here, you see there are these are groups of tools. If I choose to download this one, there is not only one node. There could be in here 10 nodes or 4 nodes or 50 nodes. It depends, but as you can see, there are a lot of nodes. There are a lot of extensions. So if I don't find something already in here, I can search in this area. And of course, if I cannot search, I cannot find what I want here because I might be searching for a specific node, I can always use Google and say I want a KNIME node for location in map. As you can see, I have results that says GeoNodes. It gives me information, says the Palladia GeoNodes. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere down here, it has more information about these nodes. So I know that there is a whole group of nodes that are called Palladia nodes that have tools for geographical reasons. Information I find, how I download it, etc., etc. So I can always use Google if I cannot find the node here or in the KNIME extension directory. I can always Google search it or go to the KNIME site. This is the KNIME site and search for it, or go to the community choices. Here in the community, there are a lot of topics. I can learn a lot about it, or I can go to forum. I just can either search the forum or ask a question myself. So there is quite a few community support places. So the possibility to try to use a tool that to do something that KNIME cannot do it is very, very, very small. It must be a very specialized case. It's a very, very, very rare occasion to try to do something with a KNIME and not finding the node, the tool to do it. And of course, even if this is the case, KNIME has the ability to use scripts, to use your own script. So if a node does not already do what you want, you can write a script if you have the experience and the ability. And there is a constant development. So there are groups that develop nodes for KNIME. Even if a tool does not exist now, maybe someone will create it, and it might exist in a few months. Or you could even ask specifically someone to create it. But I think it's a very nice tool. It has a ton of nodes. You can do pretty much everything. Of course, it does not have the flexibility of R, that is a programming environment. But it's a good environment to become familiarized with the good basic concept of statistics and analytics. I find it a nice, easy, and good to the eye environment to develop, as we said, workflows, but in a sense they are programs to do a specific job. Of course, as you can see, it might be a little tedious task to convert the data to the form you want to convert. We used quite a few nodes to read an Excel and just keep a few columns and a few rows. But the great advantage of this logic is that you only do this once. So if I want to study again and again these values, the life expectancy and the health expenses, I don't need to do this, put nodes again the next time I want to do it. I don't need to insert new nodes if I just want to change the countries. I just change the configuration of the nodes. And all this can be automated. So I can order a NIME to access the database once a month, for example, do this, all this flow automatically, produce the results, and have the results available to me automatically, as we'll see with the reporting capabilities that NIME has. This is the major advantage of using such a software in order to study this data. The advantage is that we can automate it, and of course, the second large advantage is that it can handle a huge number of data. I could do this, all this I did, I could do it with Excel, of course. And if I tried a little more, I could also automate it in Excel. It is possible. But when I have 1 million or 10 million data values, which is not a crazy number or a big number, Excel will have trouble. NIME will not have such trouble. And it will be better automated, it will handle it a lot better. So that's why we use NIME, and it's quite an easy tool for introductory purposes. So that's it for today. Thank you very much. Of course, if I want to save all that I have done, I can go and choose save. And of course, it changes the work, it saves the workflow. It is already here, so I don't really need to do anything else. If I wanted, I could also rename it or save as. I can also export it if I want to take it as a file in a USB flash drive and go to another computer and use it. There are a lot of choices, but right now save is all we want. We're okay with it. So I will close NIME, and that's it for today. Thank you very much.